Junior President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 6:03, and I call this meeting to order. I will now begin the roll call. When I call each member by name, just acknowledge your presence by saying present or here. Mrs. Jackie Susaita.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez. Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
He's here, Coach. I think you got back.
He's back. Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Present.
Jose Treviño.
Present.
Jose Isidoro Nieto.
Present.
And Mark de los Santos.
Present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of board members in attendance. Item 3, opening prayer. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, our opening prayer for this evening will be led by Mr. Jaime Orlando Cavazos, a fifth grade teacher from Airport Drive Elementary. Mr. Cavazos, welcome. We look forward to the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you, school board members. Okay, let's bow our heads. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. God, we thank you for today, Lord, and we just thank you for everything that you do for us. We thank you for the loving God that you are and for the blessings that you continue to give. We ask a special blessing on our school board members, and we ask for a special blessing from Ms. Peterson, Sue Peterson. God rest her soul. We thank you, Sue, for bringing us the leader in me for our elementary schools and our junior highs and our high schools. Lord, we ask that you continue to give us wisdom. You continue to bless us, continue to guide us. And as always, let your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance.
Board of Trustees, a fifth grader from Airport Drive Elementary, Ariana Angulo, who is a daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Angulo. Ariana is a magna cum laude recipient. In third grade, she earned a mastery level on the STAR Math and Reading tests. Ariana is also an airport ambassador and a Quest student. In her spare time, she enjoys painting, reading, and listening to music. Her favorite singer is Selena Quintanilla. She wants to attend Baylor University to become a veterinary doctor. So, Ariana Angulo, will you lead us in the pledges? Welcome.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. Now for awards and recognitions, Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we're very proud of our students and staff. We have, once again, many recognitions for students and awards this evening. Mr. Robledo, will you lead us through those?
Yes, I will. If we can bring up the slides that we have so that we can see our students and go through this presentation of our recognition and awards. All right, so we will start off with our recognition of our FFA students. Tonight, we want to recognize several FFA students who recently competed in the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show, and we're also announcing some top awards for some of their other shows as well. We'll start off with Weslaco East High School. Christian Cromer, first place in class for Market Lamb. Angela Torres, first in class and reserve breed champion, reserve champion goat showman. Evelyn Martinez, first place in class, commercial heifer, and the San Antonio show. And Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show scholarship recipient, Parker Galvan, $1,000. Weslaco East High school ag instructors are Rolando Gonzalez and John Romo. Congratulations, students. Let's move on to Weslaco High School, where we have champion breed overall grand champion in the junior breeding sheep, and that is Cheyenne Garza. Reserve champion fine wool cross lamb, Kayla Zuniga. First place South medium wool market lamb, Joseph Leal. Champion senior lamb showman, Justin Calderon. We have food first place sub junior photography, Jaden Tostado. We have Cora Ford, who was reserve champion Charlet, grand champion intermediate showman, first place other crosses, grand champion intermediate swine skillathon, overall reserve grand champion breeding guild. Congratulations, Cora. Cooper Ford, champion Maine Anjou, grand champion senior showman, champion dark cross overall reserve grand champion, market goat, champion senior hog showman, first class breed champion light cross breeding guild. Cooper also made the sale of champions in the Austin Livestock Show, placing in third. Congratulations. And Lily Ford, first AOB reserve champion Yorkshire market hog, first in class goats. Ella Ford, grand champion junior showman, first lightweight OPB market hog, breed champion breeding guild. Kylie Selman, reserve champion Brahma, champion senior showman, reserve calf champion Brahma, first place Brahma, Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show futurity, first place Brahma, grand champion senior beef skillathon. Kylie also won reserve Brahma calf champion in the Houston Livestock Show and reserve champion Brahma calf in the San Antonio Livestock Show. Lily, Cooper, and Cora also competed in the Texas Elite Showcase in Lubbock, with Lily earning the reserve breed light cross. Cora and Cooper placed in the top 5. They also did extremely well in the San Antonio Livestock Show, making the sale of champions. Cora was champion intermediate in the swine skillathon. Next slide, please. Making the San Antonio Livestock Sale of Champions was Ben Garza. Advancing to finals in sporting clays, Ryan Gonzalez. Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show scholarship recipients are Cooper Ford, $2,000, Kylie Selman, $2,000, Nathan Parker, $2,000, Emily Cortez, $1,000, and Carlos Arantamez, $500. Weslaco High School ag instructors are Juan Cadena and Alonso Garza. Congratulations to all of our FFA students. Next slide, please.
To all our students and to your sponsors. Outstanding work. Hard work pays off. Again, congratulations.
Continuing on now with our state solo and ensemble, as we recognize some of our fine arts students, we want to congratulate our high school band students who recently received a Division I rating in solo and ensemble. Several students also qualified for the state and solo ensemble competition to be held at UT Austin. From Weslaco East High School Choir, all received Division I rating and advanced to state: Julianne Alejandro, Brianna Gomez, Faith Gonzalez. Weslaco East High School Band Solo and Ensemble Division I recipients are Brenda Belmares, Riley Caballero, Sydney Caballero, Jorge Castillo, Victoria Cruz, Ricardo de Alva, Prince Esparza, Ruby Espinosa, Emma Garcia, Michaela Moreno, Leslie Quintero, Karina Ramirez, Miguel Torres, Diana Villagomez. Advancing to state is Isabella Sanchez. Band director at Weslaco East High School, Armando Cuellar. Next slide, please. At Weslaco High School, orchestra, solo, and ensemble recipients are Melanie Guerra, Marlene Guzman, Kennedy Rivera. Advancing to state, Fernando Perez. In choir, we have Brianna Gonzalez, Cleo Castro. Choir state qualifiers are Roman Handy, Iris Acevedo, Reina Johnson. Next slide, please. We have Weslaco High School Band, Solo, and Ensemble Division I recipients. And we have quite a few here. Let's recognize them. Victoria Abrego, Cristina Aguilar, Anthony Anciso, Antonia Borjas, Caitlin Burciaga, Connor Bustillos, Aaron Castillo, Destiny Cruz, Mariana Delgado, Natalie Estrada, Alan Garcia, Isaiah Garcia. Next slide, please. Marina Garcia, Elisa Gonzalez, Lilia Guerrero, that's Lilia Guerrero, Haley Herrera, Alejandro Hasso, Clarissa Hasso, Alfonso Jimenez, Janelle Leos, Jose Lopez, Bernabe Martinez, Daniel Morales, Gabriela Oliva. Next slide, please. Anthony Ortiz, Samuel Orozco, Dominic Perez, Fernando Perez, Kayla Perez, Mia Ramirez, Gabriel Ray, Ana Rodriguez, Sarah Rodriguez, Jaime Sainz, Rauli Sandoval, Jocelyn Salcedo. Next slide, please. Ayana Sepulveda, Tristan Solis, Jason Vallejo, Emily Van Tilburg, Erasto Zapata. Next slide. Advancing to state are Jeremy Abrego, Jonathan Alvarado, Nathan Alvarado, Mia Cavazos, Litzy Cedillo, Natalie Estrada, Joshua Donis, Sebastian Flores, Ryan Rivera, Raymond Sanchez, Oliver Serrano. Next slide, please. Trombone Quartet, Ricardo Lamos, Angel Colon, Justin Garcia, Nidia Morillo. Band director from Weslaco High School is Rodrigo Leal. Congratulations once again to all of our students.
And again, congratulations from our behalf to our students and your sponsors. Great job. Well done.
Continuing on now with our awards of recognition, and we'd like to recognize our Weslaco ISD A+ award. And someone takes pride in his work and ensures the safety of all our students as well. Through his commendable work ethic, this employee maintains the schoolyard and campus garden at Gonzales Elementary. He works every day to ensure the grounds are clean and well manicured, providing the staff and students with a safe and welcoming school environment. He also carefully examines the playground equipment to ensure our students are safe. From Justice Raul A. Gonzalez Elementary, the employee of the month is Rodolfo Lopez. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Rodolfo. Are these the awards?
Yes, Coach Guarda, that does conclude our awards and recognition.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Item 6, proclamations, Dr. Canales.
We do have 5 proclamations beginning this month and entering the first week in May. Mr. Robledo.
Yes, we'll start off with Celebrate the Arts Month. So whereas art is a vital part of our lives and study, performance, and appreciation of the fine arts are important to our social, cultural, historical, and educational development. And Weslaco ISD consistently supports the arts and strives to create understanding and appreciation for the value of art in the home, the school, the community, and the world. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, president of the WISD's District Board of Trustees, does hereby declare April 2021 as Celebrate the Arts Month. Up next, Librarian Appreciation Week. Whereas school librarians model and promote information, literacy, lifelong learning, which are integral to a free and democratic society. And whereas school librarians strive to provide their students and staff with the most current information available through the most appropriate technology. And whereas school librarians are integral part of the K-12 curriculum, therefore, Armando Cuellar, president of the Weslaco Independent School District Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim April 5th through the 9th, 2021 as Librarian Appreciation Week. Up next, Public School Volunteer Week. Whereas one of the objectives of public education is for parents to be full partners with educators in the education of their children, and whereas extensive research shows that parental involvement increases a child's academic success and that students whose parents are involved in their education achieve at a higher level. Therefore, be it resolved, Armando Cuellar, president of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim April 19th through the 23rd, 2021 as Public School Volunteer Week. After School Professionals Appreciation Week. Whereas the citizens of Weslaco firmly believe that after-school professionals, those who work with children and youth in a wide variety of program settings to provide extended learning opportunities during out-of-school hours have a positive effect on our children, families, community, and businesses, whereas after-school professionals are a decisive element in the children's access high-quality relationships and expand opportunities beyond what they have access to at school and home, which they need to reach their full potential. Therefore, School Board President Armando Cuellar does hereby proclaim April 19th to the 23rd as After School Professionals Appreciation Week. And one more proclamation, Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas a strong, effective system of free public school education for all children and youth is essential to our democratic system of government, and whereas the United States has made a considerable progress in the social, technological, and scientific fields due to our system of free and universal public education, and whereas much of the progress can be attributed to the qualified and dedicated teachers entrusted with the educational development of our children to their full potential, therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 3rd through the 7th as Teacher Appreciation Week. And that concludes our proclamations.
Thank you, Carlos. And again, for all the work that everyone does for our school district, we're very, very appreciative, and thank you for all your hard work. Takes us to item 7, public comments. Item 8, Superintendent report, Dr. Canales.
We do have several items to report on this evening. We'll pull up the presentation. First of all, we'd like to start with COVID-19 updates. This first graph indicates that at least in Hidalgo County, the number of new daily cases is peaked a little bit on April 7th and is back down on the downward trend. The second slide, next slide, is shows Weslaco COVID, the city of Weslaco COVID data. And we are now on April 9th. You see a decline from the 7th and 8th as well. Next slide. Hospital capacity, when it comes to that, the Hidalgo County is at 5%, which is significantly lower than a couple of months ago. At one point, we were over 20%. So this is good news. Next slide. In terms of the students, there's some information missing here. We had some cases that were reported on Friday and throughout the weekend. We will add about 6 student positive cases to this. We do update this report every Wednesday. So we have 1 staff positive as of Friday the 9th, 2021, and 3 student, but the cases that were reported were students. So we'll update this one on Wednesday. Next slide. This is a breakdown by campus to reflect the students and staff. The students with the positive cases were high school students, so the high schools will be updated. In terms of the dashboards, how Weslaco ISD is comparing to other districts in the number of cases, you can see that some of those numbers are low. Weslaco's at 4. This will go up, as mentioned earlier. And then we have Brownsville at a high of 48, PSJ 51, and McAllen at 147. So we just like to compare ourselves to other districts. That's a 4/9/2021. Next slide. Air cleaning units, we do have an update on those. We're still expecting the first units to start arriving at the end of this month, and the next shipment will be in on June 11th, 2021. And then, so our staff has conducted a video conference with the vendor, Texas Air Products, that was conducted on March 26, 2021, which was a Friday, to discuss the delivery of the units. As of Monday, April 5th, Texas Air Products is still on schedule to meet the first delivery date of April 30th, 2021. So that's about a month, about 4 weeks before the end of the school year. We are also gearing up for summer school and plan to use the units as part of the summer school face-to-face process. We'll be ready to distribute the air cleaning units to our summer schools as soon as the first shipment arrives. In terms of vaccination clinics, So all staff have been given the opportunity to get vaccinated. We've had several clinics in partnership with Hidalgo County and the city of Weslaco, and including one with HEB that was closed only to Weslaco ISD employees. That was on March 31st. And there's some other clinics on April 6th and one on April 13th, which is tomorrow, for the second dose for some of our staff members. Our Weslaco ISD nursing department, kudos to them. They've been helping whenever they can to assist with clinics and the vaccination of people throughout our community. To date, there's over 13,000 plus vaccines have been administered to citizens of Weslaco. Next slide. In terms of COVID-19 vaccinations of our employees, of the approximately 628, that number is on the bottom on the second column. I know it's very small and I had to ask, what is that number? It's 1,628. Number of staff at our campuses. We've had 1,030, is that 39 receive vaccinations. So there's 265 that did not want the vaccinations, and there's 71 that were unable to receive it for some reason. So that's a status on our employee COVID-19 vaccinations. The agency does require us to report this information by 5 on Mondays. In terms of under 16 years old, you may hear a lot about what's going on in vaccinations of students under 16 years. Pfizer requested authorization from the Food and Drug Administration to vaccinate adolescents between 12 and 15 years of age. For younger children, trials have just begun. Authorization for late this year or early 2022. There's some talk that this could happen as soon as midsummer. So we'll keep our eyes on that. In terms of COVID-19 for students, there is some data that we're presenting you. We don't have a lot of interest from students, and we don't have a lot of interest from staff. Last month, I believe Dr. Garcia reported that one of the reasons is for the rapid test is that they know that it is a screener and that still have to go take the PCR, and the PCR test is a lot more readily available to people. So that might be one of the reasons that they're not taking it. Next slide. We keep up with the school year 2021 public health planning guidance. We committed to providing the board updates from the commissioner, and we'll continue to do that. He did not meet, but there's new guidance last week. He did not meet with superintendents across the state, but there is new guidance, and we'll provide an update this week. So one of them that we've looked at is a whole idea of the 3 feet apart. And according to the student teacher groupings and the school year 2021 public health planning guidance, when feasible without disrupting the educational experience, encourage students to practice social distancing. We'll have to continue practicing social distances for some time. In classroom spaces that allow it, consider placing student desks a minimum of 3 feet apart when possible. Mr. Rojas and his wonderful team did work with our principals to look at what does 6 feet mean. It's about 11 desks in a classroom, possibly 15 in the larger classrooms. If we move to 3 feet, we're talking about 17 desks per classroom. In classrooms where students are regularly within 3 feet of one another, schools should plan for more frequent hand washing and/or hand sanitizing, and should consider whether increased airflow from the outdoors is possible. There's a lot of talk about air ventilation in classrooms. If you don't have the airflow, Board of Trustees, and with the approval of the units, couple of meetings ago, that's going to be a benefit to our teachers and our students, not only for the summer, but as we transition to face-to-face instruction in the fall semester. So the data is looking good. It's hopeful, and we're planning to get back to more like what we consider normal and have considered normal for many, many years in public education. So that is the COVID-19 update. I know Ms. Kaufman's available and Dr. Garcia is available if you should have any questions. Yes, sir.
And when we came on board and all of us got divided up into different committees, that was a wealth of information. And Mr. Rojas and Mr. Americo Garza provided very good presentations at the workshops. I know that when they were given the task to focus on what type of options we had, and I'm going by their timeline, and from what they presented at the workshop, and then the timeline that's also presented in one of the past agendas, that this was something that was being looked at since summer, I think late June or in July, the ventilation systems. And where I'm going with this is that we need to put more emphasis on decision-making, including and being focused on your campus administration, your administration that works directly under your central office and yourself. I know it's good to have board members there, but realistically, we are here to ensure that policy is being followed and to be representative of the community and make sure that investments for the campuses are being done wisely and effectively. And so, yes, there is a certain portion that they can participate and make decisions on, but something like this, that's a day-to-day operation, and that's something that should be based off of campus principals. I mean, your staff, the people that are actually there, the staff that are in the campus, because these machines literally could have been in our offices a long time ago. The focus prior was on something that was, and this is, like I said, questions that was asked from Mr. Riojas, and he's on there from his workshop. There was initiatives that were really unattainable. One, we couldn't afford it. Two, they weren't available. And three, like when I asked him as well, it really wasn't an effective process there. And so, and I'm only saying this because now that we're moving forward into the new year, and who knows what type of resources you all are going to need, what type of resources campus administration wants and staff wants that are in the classrooms.
Right.
They need to be the driving factor. They need to be the ones bringing it to you. You evaluate with your staff, and then you bring it to the board to see if it's attainable according to the budget and policy, so that we don't have other delays like this, because now here we are. Thank God we're going to get them in. They're outstanding machines.
Yes.
I know Mr. Riojas presented on them multiple times. Ms. Kaufman also discussed how they're widely used. Surgical units, hospitals throughout the nation, they're readily available and effective, highly effective. So this is great that we're going to have that for our students and for our staff, and so that parents in the community knows that we'll be ready for them next year. But that's just one of the things I really wanted to discuss and point out, that they should be the driving factor, not the board, because that's a day-to-day operation, day-to-day decision. And that's my opinion as a member.
Well, thank you for
Thank
sharing that, Mr. Santos. Thank you.
I have a question, because after talking to staff this last week with testing going on and all the STAR test, some people had mentioned to me they weren't too sure about protocols, as in if they're in the classroom with kids and some are testing positive, what should they do if they were around that child or student who was in the classroom with them? They're kind of lost. Who do I tell? What do I do? Do I quarantine? Do I not quarantine? How are we going to address this with our teachers?
Ms. Kaufman, are you on? Can you please share what the process that we have in place? I know she's on. We can't hear her.
Would you be able to tell?
Yes, so Dr. Garcia, because she's trained nurses. So the protocols that we have in our back to school action plan, if we do have a positive case, the nurse working with the campus administration takes a look at and talks about who was in the area. We're still looking at 6 feet, 15 minutes or more, and then notifying that individual, right, about the need of whether they need to quarantine, stay at home for a couple of days or not. And then it also involves a risk management office, where they'll report this person came into close contact, the parameters were more than 15 minutes, 6 feet, and then that's the way they should be contacted and told. Stay home.
So they should wait for a phone call if there was somebody who was positive.
If there was somebody who was positive in their classroom and they were around them, yes, they should get a phone call. The nurse, the administrator will know that there was a positive case, and then who's that individual near. So in that case, the students that were nearby, for a significant period of time, and also the staff member who have been within that space distance would be notified.
Okay.
So if I may, Dr. Canales?
Yes, Dr. Garcia.
So if I may, just to add to what you were saying, the main point of contact at each campus is, of course, the nurse. So as soon as the information is known that there was a child who tested positive, that information is immediately given to the campus nurse, so that way the nurse can take the necessary steps that we have outlined in our protocol.
And just,
And I think Ms. Kaufman is trying to still get on, but I don't know what problem she's having.
Can you
She
hear
just
me
got
now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Basically, if the staff members are still on campus, we inform them immediately as soon as we finish the contact tracing, and we have them leave campus. And I've got to say that we over quarantine our staff. We followed the minimum requirements. We wouldn't have nearly as many people that were quarantining, but out of an abundance of precaution, we take each case, even if the staff members have been vaccinated, and look at all of the parameters in each situation to make an informed decision so everyone is safe.
okay. So the first thing, in case that they're lost or don't know what to do, or if they should quarantine or not quarantine, ask your nurse, your campus nurse, in
Yes.
case you're lost.
And then if they don't know, I'm informed of every case. They can always call me.
Does it matter if they're vaccinated or not? Is it still the same? You're still going to quarantine whether you're vaccinated or not?
It
Is it not-
depends. What the regulations say is 2 vaccines and you're good for 30 days. However, at certain situations where we've quarantined anyways, we had one situation where a parent worked for the district and both children were positive. So I contacted the health department, and what they said, her name is Kiara, she said that because we're not sure if the vaccines are effective, there was one person that tested positive after a Johnson & Johnson, that because there's 2 students that they should quarantine. So when we have situations that we're not really sure about, I always contact the health department and let them make the final decision.
Okay, my concern, because some teachers are supposed to be testing in their classroom with their students. Let's say in case they do have some kids that test positive, but they have to come back the next day to test another group of students. How are we managing, or we are managing, I'm assuming, for another teacher to be in there and I'm thinking about irregularities, I'm thinking about, the sensitivity of the test. We are taking care of all this in case a teacher does have to be out of her classroom or his
So,
classroom.
Yeah, and Mr. Aguilar and Mr. Trevino can speak more to that. So it's still like the way it's been, where a number of people are trained to administer the test. So in a case of if a teacher is sent home to quarantine, there is a plan, Mr. Trevino is there to support Mr. Aguilar and me to make sure that the students, because you're right, testing needs to continue the next day. So if I'm out, somebody else would have to go administer the test. In some cases, when we get very, very short of testers or even central office, people are trained to administer the test. The ones that are certified have kept up with their certification.
Thank you.
So rapid COVID testing is still going on. Everything is still going on as planned. Are we implementing some of these new guidelines, CDC guidelines?
For the 3 feet apart, we'll eventually have to start implementing them. We're still because of the numbers that we have, we're still 6 feet apart. But as more and more children come back to school, as more people get vaccinated, the air purification systems will be in place. We will be moving eventually to 3 feet apart. The important thing is, and TA has put that, if we could move to 3 feet apart, we're going to have more regular hand washing. So we'll have to schedule for that, or more sanitizers, which we're looking at everything we need to order for next year now. And we'll also have to increase the airflow, which the
Machines.
the machines that were recently approved will help do that.
Okay. Doctor, looking at these ratios, the classroom ratios, I think you said 15, 17?
If we move to, and Mr. Riojas, I know you're on, and we spoke this morning, so his team did an analysis of that. So we moved to the 3 feet apart. We're looking at approximately 17 students per classroom, más o menos.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
A little bit more. Is that correct, Mr. Riojas?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We do have different size classrooms between middle school, high school, and elementaries, but majority they're about the same. Elementaries, all the way across, and then middle schools all the way across, and the high schools. But a safe number is approximately about 17 students per classroom at the 3 feet apart. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is, are we starting to work on a plan of action? I'm sure that the ratios are going to change from here until August, but based off of these numbers right here, would we need to hire additional teachers maybe?
We may. The staffing allocations and the budgeting is something that we're looking at very, very carefully. And we need to have, if it's this many, here's how many we'll need. If it's this many, here's how many we'll need. Because it's going to be about space. And, and you can't, so if it's only 17, there's lots of things we have to consider, including the possibility of adding, possibly, and Mr. Sanchez and I have talked about that, and the expense, portables to some schools.
Portables or even open areas like cafeterias.
Right, larger
small
areas.
gyms or something
Right,
where we can
correct,
house this many students.
correct, you're correct.
Okay.
So when we look at the budget this year, in addition to the uncertainties from the legislation and how much funds we're going to get from the ESSER,
Yes.
we have to look at the space, the space requirement. It's 17, how many students can we in each campus accommodate? And then what does that mean? The utilization, like you said, of the common area spaces, and possibly in some campuses, in addition to that, the use of maybe portables.
Okay.
So that was a COVID-19 update. Thank you for your questions and your feedback. For district enrollment, just average daily attendance comparison, we look at the same week of the school year from one year to the other. So in 2020, you can see our enrollment, 17,144, all students enrolled, whether they were in membership and generate funding or not. And then this year, we're down to 16,564. That's a difference of 580. Now, when it comes to budgeting and receiving money from the state, we look at the ADA, which is the next section of this report. So in 2020, our ADA was 15,135. So even though we had 17,144 enrolled, our ADA was it was like we had 15,135 students. This year, we're at 15,070. We're short 65 students. And our ADA last year was at 96.33%. Remember, it's based on membership, not enrollment. And our ADA for 2021 is 94.03%. So our attendance is down a little bit, but the ADA numbers are 65. And we did budget on an ADA of 15,200 for this school year. Yes, sir.
Is the state going to allow to hold harmless because on the ADA for this year compared to last year?
Yes, and we did submit the attestation form, Mr. Sanchez and I did recently, for hold harmless all the way through the six weeks.
Through the third 6 weeks, but we're working on the remaining.
For all year. So we did to the third 6 weeks, we will do it probably the whole year.
So it'll go back to last year's ADA, correct?
It will go back. Mr. Sanchez, do you want to explain that point?
Yes, what the state's going to do, they're going to do an average of 3 years.
Right.
To give it information. So we were looking at the calculations. So we will meet the ADA of 15,200, generate some extra funds, and we should be able to meet the ADA part.
Okay.
But it's not going to be December because it's a 3-year average.
Right. Okay.
If we look at enrollment and average daily attendance by campus levels, you can see from the slide, back up on slide. You can see from the slide that the largest difference is at our elementary schools. We've gone from enrollment of 8,024 to 7,551, which is 473 students. The next one, proportionally in terms of number of students, is the ELF program, 129. We saw that. It mirrors what some other districts are seeing. If part of our marketing right now has been on our pre-K programs and getting children in at early elementary. Mr. Robledo and his team have some a great video out on that with one of our teachers showcasing the wonderful work that our teachers do in pre-K. So we have to work on that. Our middle schools are down in enrollment by 73. Their ADA difference is only 21 students. High schools are down 193, but the ADA difference in the high schools is pretty big. It's 509. And then alternative campuses, there's some data there. So we've got to watch this very, very carefully. Again, we're only 65 short in ADA, which it could be worse because of the enrollment. So I want to move to, any questions on that one? Okay, I'd like to move to what's happening on campus attendance, where our numbers are now for on-campus attendance. On this slide, the first slide, you'll see the end of March through April 1st. And that week, we averaged about 2,406 students on our campuses. Most of them, the numbers were higher. You can tell they're over 1,800, 1,900s at the elementary schools. And I happened to have been out at elementaries last year, and it was so wonderful to see so many kids in school and happy. And on-campus attendance for the week of the 5th, which we didn't have school that day, the 6th through the 9th last week, the average attendance was 2,630. There was an increase of about 224 students from the previous week, but it was also the week that we had state testing. So our high schools had really worked for end of course to get students to campus. So we'll have to watch those numbers and see where they're going to go. We hope they continue to increase and that our parents and everybody will be ready to come back next year when we launch the 21-2022 school year. So that's a little bit about attendance. Attendance and engagement do impact student learning. So our next part of the presentation is our learning loss plan for Weslaco ISD. I'll turn this over to Mr. Aguilar and the wonderful team working in curriculum instruction to develop a winning plan to recover anything that our students may have lost from the COVID-19 pandemic and being away from a normal school year and their wonderful teachers every single day.
Thank you, Dr. Canales, Board President Cuellar, members of the board. What you have before you is a learning loss plan for Weslaco ISD. And this is a plan that has been in discussion for several weeks, a couple of months, where we've been going back and forth. We do have committee members that have been very involved in the planning process and the decision-making moving forward for instruction in the summer and beyond. I do want to recognize the individuals, and you do see them before you. We do have campus representation as far as elementary, middle, and high, the principals involved, and a diverse group of CNI staff have been involved. I also want to thank Mr. Nieto and Mrs. Sustaita as part of the instruction committee for giving us some feedback and their thoughts last week. This has been a collaborative process going back and forth. Principals do go back and they share it with their staff to get other thoughts, come back to the committee. So we'll go back and forth with a lot of collaboration and decision-making as we move forward. What is our rationale? Well, we know that we're dealing with a pandemic, what we're going to be experiences, the losses, the concerns, the social emotional learning, everything that's taking place. But we want to have a robust plan moving forward for the summer, and that's going to involve several moving parts. There's going to be several items on the agenda that are going to require the board's consideration as far as a resolution moving forward, looking at IPC committees. We're also looking at possible extra pay grade. All that is going to take the rationale effect as we move forward with this. Also, the decision that the board made with the air purifiers, that's something that we want to get into the classrooms right away. That's also, so we want to move forward. So this has been an ongoing process, and we're very excited as we move forward. I do wanted to share a video that's been shared with our staff, and it's very powerful. It's 3 minutes. So I'm just going to ask everyone if they could please follow through. And this is what a rationale revolves around. Yes.
volume's on the computer.
I am presenting from the Google tab, so you have the optimum on the sound.
It doesn't have audio at the beginning. It just plays music towards the end.
Again, thank you. Again, this video resonates with all of us to some degree, as well as in our school, with our parents, with our educators. And this is what our planning, this is what we're currently dealing with. It's going to be a big step moving forward with our social and emotional learning. That's going to be a big piece moving forward. So again, we took a lot of this into consideration as we begin our planning process as we're moving forward. So just wanted to share that with you so you can see, what revolves around our planning. These are some trends that we have here. This is a slide from Region 1. And this is just some enrollment trends as of January 2021. Again, where you're saying 3% fewer enrolled in Texas public schools. A lot of it has to do with our pre-K students. The reduction, look at the last one where it says 56% of Texas public school students are learning on campus, an increase of 2% from October 2020. Now, highlighted on the bottom, I added that number. Average enrollment, 16.5. On a weekly average, we have 22,500 students, which is roughly approximately 15% of our students are on campus. And that's what we're seeing here in Weslaco ISD. These are academic challenges and data trends. You have seen the second one, the monitor. It did give a comparison of Weslaco ISD and McAllen ISD, and the title, School C Failing Grades Rise During the Pandemic. But as you can see across the map in Texas, you have the same thing with the Austin area. They're dealing with the same scenario. Houston, they see a huge surge in failing students, and as well as Fort Worth, where they see the student failure rates due to COVID-19. So we're all experiencing the same concerns with this pandemic, But again, it does not take away from the hard work that everyone puts forth on our campuses, everyone working very hard, and we're going to continue doing that as we move forward. What you have here in front of you is you have the reading levels that we have, because we're going to base everything on data, on what we're looking at moving forward. You see some of the decreases from kinder, first, and second. You also have some benchmark data for third, fourth, and fifth grade when we're looking at that. Again, we're looking at that. So you see some of the drops in benchmark compared to benchmark. We do see some areas. You see here, middle school, you see some shades of green where you see a lot of improvement moving forward in what we're doing from benchmark to benchmark. Same thing for high school. But again, we're going to continue moving forward. We're going to continue tackling this. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about our plan for the summer. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Carolina Lopez at this time. Yes, sir.
Before we go on to Dr. Lopez, that video you showed there was very impactful, and knowing all this information, and obviously, I know we have comparisons there to Fort Worth and Austin, and I mean, everyone's going through this. Knowing that, what are we doing to reach the failing kids? Because there's kids that are just getting by, and they're still finding their motivation through athletics, through whatever it may be. But what are we doing to really reach those other students that are really, that have been failing first 6 weeks, second 6 weeks? Here we are now in the fifth 6 weeks, and maybe things haven't gotten better. And they're, a lot of what that student was experiencing there, that's what they're experiencing. And I think, just from looking at all the failure rates that you presented previously, I think, yes, we cover material. There's a pace that we have to go, but I think there's a point in time there, and yeah, we're almost done with a year here, where these kids realize, hey, if I failed the first 6 weeks, second 6 weeks, third 6 weeks, there's no way I'm going to get credit for the rest of the year. Knowing all of that information, hopefully we've taken some of that information into consideration with our new plan that you're fixing to present here, because it's, everything that the district had worked up until this pre-pandemic time, we were really doing well academically. And I think, yes, it's easy to push the blame on kids, and it's easy to push the blame on everyone. But in true reality, this really after watching this video, this really affected the kids. And I think more needs to be done, with improvising how we can let them get their credits or whatever, because we need to kickstart that motivation again.
Yes, sir.
Especially going into this next school year.
Yes, sir. Very good point, Mr. Trevignon. Thank you for bringing that up. We have been very actively involved with our campus administrators and our staff for curriculum and instruction. Since we presented the last data to you on the failure rates, we knew that there was an alarming trend that we were noticing. And again, we said, well, how are we going to tackle it? How are we going to move forward with it? We are preparing to present to the board in May a comparison of third 6 weeks and the fifth 6 weeks data. So we've been working on that since our last presentation, and we will be bringing that data to you. The reason we're waiting until May is because the fifth 6 weeks closes on April the 16th. And after that, we're going to extract the data and do the comparisons. So right there, every campus principal knows that we're going to compare our district, their campus, and what was the difference from third to fifth 6 weeks. And I know that they've been working very hard to work with their students and they're doing a lot of home visits, reaching out. We're trying to get parents involved. We're trying to do many different things to try to reach our students as best as we can. So we're very cognitive of that, and we're aware of the concerns that we have. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we do have a couple of the items on the agenda for the board's consideration moving forward. One of them is going to be the IPCs, because the IPCs are going to look at that. If we look at our board policies and we look at them very to the T, then we will probably have a higher percentage of failure rate. So what we're proposing to the board to consider is to allow that. And once we get into the discussion for that, that will allow the campuses to to look at the child, the totality of the child, and have the decision-making for the committee to look at everything that the child's done during this period where they've been struggling. And we take everything into account, that what we've been doing following a rubric that we're having for first all the way to 8th grade. For secondary, for high schools, they have their credit recovery, which is a plan that they have, and they're working through that as well.
Now, Mr. Aguilar, I know, and I don't have, obviously I don't have the proof in here in front of me, but I know if you guys go back and look at, unfortunately, there's teachers failing kids with 68s and 69s. That's, well, not in those times. Yeah, last year, 2 years ago, you want to prove a point, hey, you need to try harder, but right now, for whatever reason, kids lose focus for the 6 weeks, second 6, whatever it may be. Then they're trying to find themselves within this whole thing. But to fail kids with a 68 or a 69, that's unacceptable. Because I mean, they're putting some effort, and that's where I think we need to be more compassionate about. It's not just a number; it's a student behind that number. And for whatever it's worth, I think if you go back and you look at some particular grades there where they were giving 68s and 69s, why would we ever fail a kid with a 68, 69 right now?
Correct.
There's no excuse for that.
And very good point. And we have some scenarios where those have come up in question, where we've had the discussions with the campus administrator and the teacher to see what can we do. The teacher is the ultimate decision maker when it comes to the grades, but we go back and we have those discussions. How can we be flexible? How can we work with our students, with our families to see what we can do? What this IPC committee is going to allow the committee to come together and look at the whole picture. And that's something that we want to look at versus just looking at a single grade. We're going to look at everything. And that's something that is going to allow to say this child has really been trying, and this is everything that we're looking at. And as a committee, do we agree that this child may have scored a 68, 69, but they've done well in these areas? Then we can make that decision as a committee to move them forward.
But by the time we do that, by the time we gather all that data, by the time we get the committees, by the time we're losing these kids, we really are. And we can tell by their attendance right now, and we can tell by their logging in, they're not logging. I mean, we've lost a lot of these kids. So I don't think, I'm sure, I'm not sitting in your shoes, but waiting till the end to gather all this data and so forth. I think some of the, and I'm not attacking teachers, but I think we need to be more open to the students and because just what we saw here in this video, they're all going through that.
This video on Friday, when I came into the planning and budget, I was crying. I had to get tissues from over here because it's very, like you said, it's impactful. I thought of my kids every day sitting there at home. Of course, you have some kids at school, but a lot of kids like that little girl, day by day by day by day by day. So these kids that, yes, they need the academics, but the mental and the social support right now is critical. So I'm excited to see what the counselors, the support staff can do with these kids because, for example, my kids, they want to go back to school. I want them to go back, but emotionally, they're not ready. They're scared. They don't know their teachers. They don't know even though they had the open house over the Zoom, for a fifth grader going into sixth grade, middle school is something new. They don't know what they're going to walk into the next day, or middle school to high school. You don't know what you're walking into. So these kids, a lot more than anything right now, need that emotional and social support. And just one more thing that I wanted to add. I got a teacher today text me, and he could not even just the kids, obviously the teachers, the paras, everybody, all the staff that's working with the kids right now. A teacher says, can you just please tonight say thank you to Miss Longoria in the PLC, ELAR? She did the little things and just thank the teachers, give them a little mask, give them a little note. The little things go a long way. And she was so appreciative. And she said, everything you're going through, just this little thing made me feel so appreciated. So teachers, we do appreciate, and paraprofessionals and the principals and everybody, we appreciate everything you're doing. We know it's very difficult, just how it is for the kids as well. So we're looking forward to seeing the social and emotional support that these kids will need.
Sherry, and we are cognizant of that, Mr. Trevino, regarding those issues that we deal with. We do have those discussions with our campus principals, and let's see what we can do to try to reach them. But we're going through the process as we're working with them, and we're trying to reach out through our social workers, through our counselors, trying to see what else we can do to support them. But we are aware, and we're trying to, try to intervene as best as we can, and we're going to continue doing that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think Jesse is dead on when it comes to these grades. I have an 8th grader that is super struggling, and he's been on campus all year long, and there's still no face-to-face. And I get it, there's no homeroom teachers. I think we help the students that are on campus by face-to-face instruction. Everybody else in the department, you do the online learning, but waiting till May is too late. This should have been done already. And I keep saying it every meeting. Mr. Staita says it every meeting. Face-to-face has to happen, especially for some of these kids that are already on campus that are, man, that video is very powerful. And I see it with my eldest, and then like Mr. Staita said, I have a 5th grader going into 6th grade, an 8th grader going into high school. They're just, the computer is fried to bring, and so Doc, I've shared with you, Doctor.
And very good point. And that's a discussion that we have every day. We talk about that. As a matter of fact, we've polled our principals to find out how many of them are looking. So our last day of instruction, where the governor and the commissioner have come out, when the commissioner, has come up to say the end of the school year for us ends on May 27th. Okay. So up to that point, it's still parent choice. And this is what we're following on the guidelines. They haven't mandated our students to come back. It's still parent choice on what we're doing. So the choice is still up to the parents. Now, what we're doing with our teachers and our principals, because we're taking the safety, to the T, and we're making sure that everyone is safe and they feel comfortable. So our principals are polling their teachers, and we're encouraging them to go face-to-face with minimal remote instruction. And we have that data and that feedback that's coming in, because we want to move in that direction, because the purpose for this plan that we're presenting to you right now is to go 100% full throttle for the summer for face-to-face. Okay, with some cases that we're going to look at carefully, some circumstances that may not work around, but we're looking at 100% face-to-face to the summer. And they're going to talk about the data and what other districts are doing as well, so we can share that with you. But we do have these discussions every day about going face-to-face in our classrooms. And we do have those deep discussions with our principals. And again, there's still that concern on some of our campuses regarding the safety issue, the spacing, everything that we're doing. If we go face-to-face, there's still a lot of questions. So we want to make sure that our staff feels good, our teachers feel good, and that we can transition. But we're telling them, let's do it. What's the plan? And a lot of them are already moving towards that. They're starting to get it going, because as our last board meeting, we talked about for the 6 weeks. And that's what we're doing. So we're going to have that plan. We're going to have that data. We'll put it up on the board update to let you know how every campus is moving along.
On that committee is not a regular failure committee or meeting. It doesn't meet at the end of the year. So at the end of the year, if a student is showing that they haven't met those indicators, and our board does have reading levels. Our board policy has reading levels, and not every single district has reading levels. Students from grades, what is it? Is it K? First through eighth have to hit a certain reading level. And if they're below, they're not considered for promotion. So given the pandemic, given the fact that we do know that there's some students who gave it a good effort, for some reason they're still at that 68 or 69, we do know that only teachers can give grades. We look at the totality of the student at the end of the year. So it's for promotion, kind of like what we've done for 5th and 8th grade through the years before you promote them to 6th. We're bringing that item to the board so that we consider everything children went through before we say, hey, you're staying back, you're being retained. But in addition to that, we do have, and our teachers have conversations with parents and with students about failing. And then the other thing, I'm asking everybody, even for our summer rec program that we're going to be presenting, we should be dropping everything and carving time to talk about academics, to talk about reading, no matter what position we play in our school district. because, our kids need to be inspired. They need to be inspired, and they need to know that we value them. And more important than that we value learning and we believe in them. And even if they're behind with reading 20 minutes a day, every single day, tremendous things can happen to close gaps in the summer. So these individual planning committees at the end, you don't make the mark. At the end of the year, your grade, you don't have that 70. You don't have that reading level. Here's the plan. Read for 20 minutes every day. Focus on a combination of fictional and expository text, and let's see what happens. At the beginning of the year, we'll test you again. We do have the reading inventories at the beginning of the year. We'll see where you're at. But we got to get it going, because you're right, Mr. Trevino, we were at a high, when it comes to our students performing academically, and we need to get back there so that we're even higher in the future for children.
I'll start off with that. Piggyback what you just said. I mean, before, and what Mr. Trevino said, pre-COVID, looking at the scores, looking at the performance, every single campus in the district was moving in the right direction, high performing, beating the regional, in some cases exceeding state in different areas. I mean, second to none. We know that system and that infrastructure is still there. But I agree with Mr. Gonzalez, transitioning now to that face-to-face is what we got to do, and move forward with that. And I support that 100%. I also agree as well, too. My kids have gone back to school. One of the best decisions that I ever made. I'll take every opportunity that I can to promote for people to bring their kids back. And even talking with Mr. Gonzalez, because his kids were there before mine, and knowing that, and it was one of the best decisions that I ever did. And just picking them up the first day. It's very difficult because they were so happy and so excited, had so many stories, and every single day is like the first day. I have to hear from them. And so I encourage people to really look at your situation at home, look at your children, because sometimes we think, well, our kids are fine. They're at home. They have the TV, they have Netflix, they have whatever materials or situation in their home. And sometimes, and I was one of those. I will be the first to agree, thinking, well, my kids are fine. They have everything that they need to stay entertained, to educate themselves and follow along virtually. But no, they needed to go back, and going back was the best thing. And now they wake up and they're dressed before I am, even in the morning, ready to go. And sometimes I take advantage, and I'm telling parents this right now, if they get to hear this and see this, that sometimes there's days that I do want to tell, you know what, I'm running short, I'm running late, maybe you guys can just stay. No, they want to come to school. And so, and my second statement is to Mr. Aguilar and to all your staff. You all are doing everything you possibly can. I know I work in the school district as well. I know the struggles that they're going through to try to reach out, the outreach to parents. We can only do so much as a school district. We need to share the responsibility as well, too, that this is a community effort. So we're going to make the outreach. We're going to put out the information. We're going to try to create the safest possible environment. But the whole community as a whole has to participate in bringing our kids back, because their academics is the most precious thing that they have. They're going to be the future leaders of tomorrow. They're going to be business leaders, community leaders, politicians, etc. And if anyone that thinks that this learning gap is not severe, is it going to cause a rippling effect later on down the line? No matter how hard we work to get them back, it's going to be a struggle. And I'm very confident, and knowing what we have, and I get to see more than the general people do, like all of us as board members, that we have a system in place that's going to take care of that learning gap. I know, because right now I know that there's people out there that are working at 300%, to get things done and finish off the year. But we have to figure out a way to tap into everyone, religious community leaders, the city, everything, to just start telling people we need to bring kids back. Academic, even if they may say, no, but it's just April, or it's just May, or it's just summer. No, they need to be back. They need to transition. Come and see for yourself. I know that the marketing group has been showing our campuses to parents. They can go to Facebook, and then I don't know if we're going to do commercials later or whatnot, but they can see our classrooms, and it's very safe. And like we talked about earlier, protocols and other type of equipment that we're putting in there. So not only is our school going into overdrive, trying to recruit students to come back in that are failing, and reach out to parents, but also the community as a whole. We need to start sharing that and encouraging everyone to come back, because that did help. Me hearing others and going through the experience and seeing that they sent their kids back and whatnot really motivated me and encouraged me to say, let me take that step, and following policies that you have in place. And so far, since the beginning of this spring semester, it's been months, and it's been a great experience for my kids, and I'm glad that they're back.
What about marketing or promoting? I know not everybody has Facebook. I used to not have Facebook. I don't know what was going on. But I don't know if it's possible. I know that we have our big billboards, but any kind of signs or little pictures of kids, I don't know what we can do to promote come back to school. Kind of I don't know. I'm thinking the way, during a campaign, you have signs and you're seeing it and it catches your attention as you're driving. Something that we can see away from social media, something that just everybody sees as they're going down the road. That was one thing. And then I was going to say something else.
Very good point said, today from Mr. Los Santos and the rest of you, but principals trying to do the job that they can do, and the teachers too. The teachers are trying to do as much as possible. And like Mr. Aguilar said, those 68 and 69s, those teachers will work with them. And I know when the high schools had credit recovery, when at that time in February, they were already working with the students that were failing to try to recover those credits for the first semester. So as much as possible, if it was up to the principals, they would want their students back face to face. And like Mr. Los Santos said, promoting from us, telling parents that they're safe. How many staff members got the vaccines? 1,000 something?
1,300, I think.
Okay, 1,300. So parents need to know that, so that way they know that all the teachers, or the majority, not the teachers, the staff members are vaccinated, and it is safe to come back. And we're still going to follow the guidelines. 6 feet distancing right now, but later on 3 feet, but we'll follow those. So it's safe for students to come back. And like Mr. Los Santos said, we need to let the parents know through different resources so they can get back to regular class.
Yes.
I just wanted some clarity for the kids who want the advanced classes next year. I've had this question, and I know some of my neighbor asked me the same thing. My daughter's teacher at Goyard Middle School sent us a Google form and asked, how do you want them to test? Either a STAR test, advanced placement test. So to make it clear, I told my neighbor this, but I'm not too sure. They can either take the STAR test, and then we'll figure out if they qualify for the advanced classes, or if they don't want to take the STAR test, they can take the accelerated test in May. Is that correct? Either or?
That's correct. That is on campus. That was what I was
Okay.
going to follow up
Okay.
with. And the reason behind that is because we want to make sure that it's equitable for all students, that they're there and we're monitoring that they're taking the assessment. If they don't want it, they choose not to take the STAR because that's an option, we're going to give them an assessment that's equitable to the STAR. And we just want to make sure that if a child's going to take that advanced courses, that they're going to be ready for them. And we're not setting them up for failure. And that's really what we want to make sure, that a decision is being made and it's going to be in the best interest of the child.
Okay, and in case the parents haven't received, I guess, a Google form, how do they call their school, or how do they get in contact to make sure that their kids are signing up for what they want?
Okay, yes, ma'am. So what they can do, if they haven't received it, they can contact their school administrator or the school principal. And if they can, just call 6500-969, ask for me here, and we will help them out with whatever questions they have.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Going back to what Ms. Jackie said a minute ago about videos, newspapers still get around, and a lot of people use the newspaper. And we're one of the few that really don't advertise too much in the newspaper, but maybe some we can look at. And we have a beautiful scoreboard. I think if our great members at K-West can go by our schools and video some of these kids playing outside, doing their work inside, and seeing how safe it is, and let that thing run on that big old screen out there all day. I mean, I know it's going to cost us some money, but at least people will see it. It's big enough. Big enough people can see it. I mean, Westgate and Pike is probably one of our busiest intersections with all those restaurants coming there. And so I think just kind of going back to what Ms. Jackie said, present some of actual kids on our campuses right now. And with the shields, with the masks, my 6-year-old, he never takes it off. We're at home and he still keeps it on. It's just, I mean, they know, they already know, and it's safe. And I think, like Mr. Nieto said, we had 1,300 employees, get vaccinated. Hey, your child's going to be safe on our campus. I'm just saying, just get the word out.
Thank you for your comments. feedback and for recognizing everyone's hard work. You know, everyone's working very hard, diligently, and we're going to continue working hard. And we appreciate the comments and your thoughts because we have all our principals on. They're listening to everything. We're going to come back. We're going to regroup. We're going to discuss everything. But we do have those discussions on a daily basis. We do. And we're encouraging the face-to-face. We have sent out, like I said, polls, and I'm getting feedback from the principals because we want to transition. We're excited, and you know, the community out there, we're ready to go 100%, get our kids back in, where our schools are safe, our buildings are safe, and we're excited to do that as we move forward.
Thank you. And all the staff, Dr. Canales, all our teachers, all our principals, nurses, everybody, paras, y'all have done an amazing job with our campus. Just want to let y'all know.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Lopez, and she's going to discuss our summer school program more in detail.
Good evening, members of the board. So as a committee, we knew we had to think outside of the box. So what you're seeing here on your screen is what our team came up with, and that is we want to have innovative summer school. And we thought of a theme and we said, why not call it a summer cruise? So if you look at the screen on your left-hand side, you will see what we had originally planned out for summer school. We were looking at a schedule where our teachers would start on May 31st, which would be their staff development day, and then follow through June 24th for a total of 16 instructional days. We were originally planning for 80% face-to-face instruction and 20% of our students remote. And again, no break in between the last teacher's contract day to the start of summer school. And our daily schedule would run from 8 to 12. But we thought we have to do something different. We know that it's about making sure we're meeting the entire child's needs, their social and emotional well-being as well. So we thought, why not start a week later? So why not start, if you look at the right-hand side, our innovative plan says we'll start on June 7th and we'll end on July 1st. So that's still 16 instructional days, but it does allow the teachers 1 week off in June as well as our students to kind of, you know, get some breather time between the regular school year and summer school, with the exception of one planning day, which is on Thursday, June 3rd. And of course, we're aiming for 100% face-to-face instruction. If you look at the bottom left-hand side, you will see a corner in green where we've listed quite a few districts who have considered or committed to offering 100% face-to-face summer school instruction. Of course, some of those listed toward the bottom are pending board approval. But you know, what we'd like to do with our students during this time is what's going to be key. So from 8 to 9:30 for about 90 minutes, we will have our English language arts block where science and social studies will be embedded in the language arts lessons. Then from 9:30 to 10, we'll have celebrations, which will be overseen by our cruise director. And our cruise director could be our campus principal. And we'll also have a social emotional learning component that'll be spearheaded by our counselors. Then we're looking from 10 to 10:30, offering some enrichment for our students. So this would be an opportunity for our teachers to showcase their talents and share their talents with our students. Students would have an opportunity to sign up for, you know, maybe they want to make jewelry, some sort of craft or some painting or drawing, just to give them some of that, you know, midday break that they will also need to get those brains oxygenated and ready for their learning environment. And then from 10:30 to 12, we'll have math, and our lunch is at 12 o'clock, and then dismissal at 12:30. We are still having conversations about whether we should extend the summer school day by 30 minutes. So that's why you see a question mark there. But I'd like to go into a little bit about our cruise director and what our cruise director's role will be during summer school. So we want summer school to be fun. We want our students to come and attend school in person. So we want to literally roll out the red carpet for them. And in our case, the red butcher paper. We want them to feel like movie stars when they come to school. We want to have music playing every morning, and just think, cruise director during midday break. We want to have leads of celebration and cheerful activities, and we want to be able to celebrate goals such as meeting our attendance goals and class TEKS mastery. And for our curriculum, something that we're really excited about is being able to provide our summer school teachers a solid curriculum that's all found in one Google site where they would have a week at a glance and a daily lesson plan to provide as much guidance and support for our teachers, as we know that this has been a very challenging year for them. But like anything else, if we move along to the next slide, when we sit down and we come up with what we need to do, we have goals. We have to think of the end in mind. So on the next slide, you will see what our goals are for the long term. So next slide, please.
Districts that are having the summer school, that you get to cover that?
Yes, in the green box, if you want to go back to that slide, we've listed them there. We have Brownsville ISD, Los Fresnos, Mercedes, Port Isabel, San Benito, and Harlingen and Mission, who've got proposed, and it's still pending approval, but they are considering it. And then, of course, we have Donna ISD at the bottom with 95% face-to-face and 5% for their special cases.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez.
So let's look at our goals, because we do want to begin with the end in mind. So let's look at our next slide, where we've identified two main areas. So based on this year's middle of the year assessments to next year's middle of year assessments, the goal is to show two things: growth for each student who has regressed, but we know that we serve all students in Weslaco ISD. We also don't want to lose our focus, and we want to be able to continue accelerating instruction for students who are on level. I will make note that these goals are a bit broad. We tend to write what we call SMART goals, goals that are specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, they're relevant, and they're time sensitive. But we will have those SMART goals ready for you once we have reliable data that's available for us. If we move on to the next slide, this has truly been a work in progress. It's taken a while, but we're getting there. You can see back in the summer, we started having a number of meetings once COVID was introduced into our lives. We had DAC meetings, we had meetings with the strategists, just meetings with different key stakeholders at all levels, since we value end user feedback, so that we could see what is the best way to address curriculum and instruction for our district. On March 11th, right before spring break, we did meet. We had a summer learning loss plan meeting, and this was to identify curriculum focus and our goals for the Resilient Schools Support Program as we were going through this application process that goes hand in hand with this plan for learning loss of unfinished learning for our students. Then after spring break on March 22nd, we met again, and this was to identify what those instructional pillars for core subjects would be. We also met to collaborate and look at, chronologically, what is it that we're going to do now to help our students? What is it that we're going to do in the summer? And what do we intend to do in the fall? And I'm very happy to share that at the end of the month, we did receive word from TEA that Weslaco ISD was awarded the Resilient School Support Program. And what this is a partnership that we will have with TEA, who will provide direct guidance for us at the district level and at the campus level, and mentor us as we execute our COVID learning loss plan. So we're excited about that. And in addition, the icing on the cake is that we've also received the Raising Blended Learners Grant. And that was awarded back in 2020, in the spring of 2020, but because of everything that has happened with COVID, it did get pushed back. And so implementation will be during the fall of 2021. So these different pieces are coming together to help us successfully implement our plan. In the next slide, we have Mr. Trevino, who will be reviewing the priorities.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez, Board President, members of the board. So how do we plan to attain these goals? And so the priorities are listed here, and they are not listed in any specific order. They are all extremely important. Number one, the learning loss recovery and acceleration, or this is a priority, learning loss recovery and acceleration for all students in English language arts and math, and integration of science and social studies into English, language arts, and reading. So essentially, as was mentioned in the plan for the summer school, this is the goal. We want to be able to integrate science and social studies into reading and math. They're all extremely important. The second priority is address the learning loss needs for specific populations, including English learners and special education students. So as an example, our English learners, which Dr. Lopez and I oversee in this district, you may not be aware of this, that out of our 16,000 students, approximately 25% of those students are English learners. Their first language was not English. So think about this. They're not only having to learn all the curriculum like all other students and attain all the goals like every other student, but they're doing it all at the same time that they're learning a new language. So we want to address the specific needs, right, of these students. And the third priority that we have is extremely important, as you've brought this up many times throughout this presentation. You as board members have brought this up, and that is students and staff social, emotional well-being. If they don't have that emotional well-being, they're not going to do well in school. So what are some expected outcomes? So how are we going to get there? The Curriculum, Instruction, and Technology Department, this is an expected outcome, that there be greater collaboration. We've been working together. If anything that the pandemic has done, it's really proven how important the curriculum and instruction work closely together with technology. That's been a critical part of all of this. Also, we want to be able to, another outcome is training and coaching of district and campus leaders to provide mentorship and guidance for who? For campus staff through what? Professional learning and the observation feedback cycle, right? We expect our students, right? We expect our students to always be learning. The same thing, we have to set the example, right? Central office, all our administrators on campus, we should always set that example, right? And be able to be mentors for our campus staff. The third outcome is, again, it's reiterated here, the social emotional learning support for students and staff. That support has to be there. And the fourth thing, and this, of course, this fourth thing is dependent on the CDC guidelines at that time, district to campus support for split scheduling and split staffing model implementation for fall 2021. We're already planning for that. We don't know where we will be there at this time, but regardless, we have to prepare in this manner or 100% face-to-face. A lot of the questions that you may have as to how are we going to reach those priorities, those goals, these expected outcomes can be answered with some of the next slides. And so I'm going to pass this on to Ms. Julie Kelly, who's going to talk about some instructional shifts.
Good afternoon, good evening to our board and our community stakeholders. I'm going to go ahead and share information on our instructional shifts. So if we could advance the slides. Okay, so we've already spoken a lot on some of these next several slides, but one of our instructional shifts is how we are going to make decisions at the end of the year for our boys and girls. At the elementary level, we've mentioned that we will be having individual placement committees, and this will be pending board approval at tonight's meeting. It's a resolution found in item J. For our middle school students, we will have the opportunity to administer locally developed assessments to give students that one last chance to demonstrate content mastery. And Apex has course materials that will help close the learning gaps, the unfinished learning for the boys and girls that they can be using prior to that locally developed assessment. At the high school level, the decisions are based on meeting credit for the course. And so our high school students in need will have access to the Apex course tutorials to help with the unfinished learning. And then they will prove their knowledge of their TEKS and skills through Edmentum so that they can recover that credit. Next slide. The second instructional shift is looking at our learning environment. From now to the end of the school year, as we've already mentioned, we are gathering data from our teachers. We are trying to, our goal is to have a pilot of 80% of our classrooms face-to-face in a more traditional environment with 20% remote. The summer learning environment will be 100% face-to-face, the more traditional environment. And then in the fall, the upcoming school year, the learning environment is, we're planning both ways right now because we are awaiting TEA allowances and CDC guidance. Our goal is to say that we are going back 100% face-to-face, the traditional blended learning model of instruction. But we are also planning for the other side, if we cannot go back that way, for split staffing instructional model, and that's a model from TEA. But our goal is to be 100% face-to-face. The third instructional shift deals with providing prescriptive instructional focus for our students. So now, between now and the end of the school year, we will continue to promote our Read 20 Minutes daily and the student data binders so that the students can track their learning. During the summer learning, as it was already mentioned by Dr. Lopez, we'll be offering integrated content lessons through ELER to integrate the sciences and social studies. And the strategists are going to be preparing lessons on targeted TEKS and priority standards, the TEKS that are most important to close those learning gaps. And then we have for the school year 2021-2022, as a team, we have developed district-wide implementation of high-yield strategies. And the next slide will go into more details on that. So back in January, Dr. Canales challenged the strategists to come up with some strategies that will guide the whole district, no matter what grade, no matter what subject, strategies that we can use everywhere so that those strategies will transfer from class to class for the students. We looked at several frameworks, and the PD committee and the strategists, we've all met and we looked at frameworks, and we determined that we would use a blended learning framework called the Student Experience Continuum. And after we made that decision, we did include the teachers in getting feedback on this continuum. There's 5 pillars, there's 16 strategies, and we did poll the teachers to find out what their interest level is in these different strategies and their content knowledge in these strategies as well. We also looked at, before we came up with these 3 strategies, we also remembered that we have got to take care of the SEL needs of our students. Coming back to school, it's another shift for teachers and it's another shift for our students. SEL has got to be a priority. We are a Leader in Me district, so we want to embrace our Leader in Me investments and, of course, the data. So with those things in mind, our 3 pillars are relationships, where we want students to develop positive collaborative relationships with their teachers and with each other. We'll bring that pillar to life using a sense of purpose strategy, and this will involve students believing that they belong to the learning community, which allows them to define their purpose and take leadership roles. The second pillar was personalized instruction, which means students are offered a variety of learning experiences which vary according to student needs and preferences. And that is so critical as you look at the data. Our data differs. We have got to prepare for the different student needs. And we will do that through varied learning experiences, providing student access to content from a variety of ways. The third high-yield strategy is called student agency. This refers to the level of control, autonomy, and power that a student experiences in the educational environment. We are going to be bringing this to life using a strategy called self-direction. This means our students will set academic and non-academic goals and track and reflect their progress. We talked about expected outcomes, one of them being professional development. So these strategies will be presented to the staff during the fall professional development week during Innovative Teaching Day. That'll be the launch, but it will continue throughout the year during district PLC meetings, DAC meetings, central office meetings. It'll take place through the campus level meetings, campus PLCs. So this will be an ongoing conversation implementing these 3 high yield strategies. Next, please. And then after we've determined our data and our needs and our instructional shifts, we now have implementation plans. So Dan Buttimer coordinated with his colleagues, his elementary colleagues, and these are their implementation plans for bringing it to life at the campus level. Next. Desi Rodriguez did the same with the middle school teachers. Next. And Dr. Gamboa led the group of the high school principals to develop strategies for how they were going to bring the implementation and our instructional focus to life at the high school level. Next. Our core content strategists, math, science, reading, social studies, I think I got them all. They also developed an implementation plan for how they were going to work to bring our instructional shifts to life. Next. We have 2, if you'll recall, we mentioned we have 2 high priority subpopulations, our bilingual students and our special education students. All subpops are important, but we're highlighting these 2. These are their instructional shifts that they'll be implementing up to the next school year. Next, and there's the special education. Next. And then my department is instructional technology, and these are the shifts that my boss, Scott Amdahl, and I will be working on through the course of the school year, this summer, and into next school year. There is a lot of detail, specificity of these plans. I know I said next. You also, I believe, have access to these files. Is there any questions on any of these before we go on? If there aren't any questions, you can definitely look at it later and come back to Dr. Canales or Abel Aguilar if you have any questions.
Mr. Aguilar or Ms. Kelly, I don't know who'd be able to answer. I was looking at the 6 weeks pilot. Just for the students and teachers and parents to be prepared, will some of the kids who are face-to-face and some of the kids who are remote, will they have a different teacher at the end of the year? Let's say my kid's teacher, she was remote, but now she's going to be face-to-face. So will they have a new teacher? Will teachers be looking at having different classes?
That's a question that has come up, Mrs. Sustaita, and that's some of the discussions that we're having with our principals, because we have to look at the shifts if we are going to be going face-to-face, and that is a strong possibility that may happen, that we may have to do some alignment with some shifts with our staff.
Okay.
Good question. If there's no other further questions, I'm going to go ahead and pass the microphone to Janie Pena, the Executive Director of CNI, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. And again, good evening, board members, Dr. Canales. I'll be talking to you briefly about the social emotional component for our students as they come back to school. Dr. Lopez had mentioned that we have the Leader in Me, which is a fantastic program. We use the program for leadership, teaching our students some leadership to have competencies in their leadership. So what we're going to do is we're going to ramp up the program to help the students in addressing the social emotional needs. We'll be developing the competencies through the leadership lens, and we'll be helping them develop collaboration, communication. We're going to help them with relationship building, self-discipline, vision, and initiative. And we're hoping that by building these social emotional competencies that the students will be able to adapt more effectively along with the teachers. Next slide. As you can see, we developed a timeline, the approach that we're going to be taking with our teachers, our counselors, our administrators, and students. Starting this April, we're going to start training them to develop a deeper understanding of the 7 habits and directly working with the counselors as well, which we have not been doing in the past, working with the counselors in the 7 habits. So we're going to have them take the lead, especially this summer, working with teachers and students. So in June and July, we're going to be using these competencies in summer school. So the teachers will be teaching it in the classroom, and the counselors will be applying and integrating all the vocabulary skills during a specified time of 30 minutes. I think they're going to have during their break to work with the students as a whole, and then they'll go back with the teachers and continue with those activities. In August, the counselors and teachers will continue to receive training and coaching, and administrators will also be receiving training so they can develop a walkthrough tool to make sure that the program is being used with fidelity. And then we plan to continue the program for the 21-22 school year in K through 8th. Any questions? Mr. Aguilar?
Thank you, Mrs. Peña. As we wrap up this presentation, again, our key focus is going to be on communication, on the recovery plan for our stakeholders, and how we're going to be communicating everything to our teachers, our campus staff, our parents, our families, and community. And we're going to continue working through that. I want to thank the core committee, all the campus administrators, staff, for collaborating through this process, and we're going to continue to refine it and improve it to make it better for our students and staff. Are there any questions regarding our learning loss plan? Any additional questions?
No, sir. I think some of the information they presented here answered some of the questions and the direction that we're going towards. So
Thank you, Mr.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you for all the information, but like Mr. De Los Santos said earlier, I think it's a team effort. We can only do so much, but our community and our parents need to embrace these plans and know that we need to move forward. Yeah. Thank you.
We have a hardworking staff. We're not going to give up. We're going to continue doing what's best for our students. And we'll continue doing that every day.
But we thank you, Lara. Thank you very much.
I'm excited to see that red carpet and the cruise director and the music. The kids are really going to like that. So, great job.
Thank you, Mrs. Steichen.
Okay, so for the next part of the superintendent's report is just, what's going on with this ESSER funding from the federal government? Where are we? What do we know? Well, there's several types of funding from ESSER 1 to ESSER 3. And for ESSER 1, we were estimated to get $6,881,000 plus, and we received zero. So it's important for us to understand that. So there's some other funding coming. There's the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3, and it'll be in phases. So for the ESSER 2, look at the amount. That's almost $30 million. Weslaco ISD is supposed to be getting. But there are several question marks that Mr. Sanchez put because it's all up in the air. Just like ESSER 1, we got zero. We don't know what we're going to get for ESSER 2. If you look at ESSER 3, look at that amount. That's over $66 million. And again, there's emphatic question marks because we're waiting to see what our district will get. So for the total ESSER funds that we could get, and we know 6.8 million we did not get already, that would be over 96 million. So we'll see what happens from what the decisions the federal government has made. But school districts, we have been advised, Mr. Sanchez has been advised in his meetings, I've been advised in mine, not to count on ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 allocation figures as presented until we receive confirmation from the Texas Education Agency of the actual amount to be received. The agency is expected to supplant some of these federal funds. That means they say, in other words, you don't get them in addition. They just supplant. They said, well, since we're getting this from there, we're going to go ahead. You're going to get it from the federal government. It's funding you now. We're going to take away from the state, but we would give you the same amount. And so some of these federal funds for state foundation revenues the same way that it did with ESSER 1 grant. So keep your fingers crossed that we get something and that we get more towards what we're allocated from the federal government than nothing like we did for ESSER 1. So there's certain restrictions on how we can use ESSER funding, ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 federal funds, and there's also deadlines for spending. So ESSER 2, we can use it for preventing, preparing for, and responding to COVID-19. We have to use, we have to use to address the learning loss, you saw part of the plan for students, for reopening schools, and for testing, preparing, and upgrading projects to improve air quality in school buildings. So Mr. Sanchez and I, when we talk, we think the money that we've spent, if we get the funds, will be like reimbursements for the air purification systems that the board has approved. So the deadline to spend the funds would be September 30th, 2022 for ESSER 2. Now let's look at ESSER 3. It's pretty much the same in number 1, preventing, preparing for, and responding to COVID-19. Number 2, for addressing the learning loss, we must spend 20% of what we're allocated for learning loss on that one. Same thing for reopening schools and testing, preparing, and upgrading to improve air quality in schools. And the deadline to spend those funds will be in September 30th, 2023. So Mr. Sanchez is here if you have any questions about the possible flow through of ESSER funds in the future.
Yes, I'm kind of familiar with the situation and then also the disbursement from the state. And I know that there's questions on whether it's going to be received or not and the total amount and whatnot. But I know that we're restricted as employees of districts for lobbying, but we also need to reach out to our state officials, congressmen, state reps, et cetera. This is the time that we need them the most to kind of start banging on that commissioner's door and going to the state and saying that the districts in the whole region and pretty much the whole state really need to utilize this funding. They've taken a lot of losses in different areas and are trying to improve the safety, create a safe learning environment for kids, and all this will come into play. So I don't know, maybe I'm saying it now publicly, but I know that you all are limited as well too, that you can't lobby during school hours or during work hours, but something to look at, to send the message and reach out to them and hopefully they can assist as much as they possibly can.
And there's a whole bunch of organizations across the state that many administrators and teachers belong to, and even you as Board of Trustees, that they're galvanizing and unifying, in other words, to go and set times to go to the state capitol and sell the message of school districts and the need for the learning loss, for the safety, the security, the air quality, and everything else. So that's being organized. TAS is doing it, ASCD is doing it, the South Texas Association of Schools doing it, Region 1's doing it. So you may be called upon, board members, to join some of those and with talking points and go to the state and to the legislators, and because we can be invited to testify as well, why we need the money.
Okay.
So Mr. Sanchez, do you want to add anything else?
No, pretty much you covered everything.
Okay, thank you. And the final part of the presentation is insurance. And Mr. De La Rosa, I saw you on earlier.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, good evening, Dr. Canales, Mr. President, members of the board. This slide represents our Weslaco ISD self-funded employee medical benefit plan. We broke it out just a little bit differently this time due to this is actually the end of the second quarter. So this first slide is broken down by the actual money spent on claims. These are all the hospital bills, doctor bills, etc. So total for the 2021 school year, the districts paid $6.5 million versus last year that we're at 5.8. That's an increase of almost $700,000. That total is net of $1.6 million that we received in stop loss reimbursement. So, and the trend is down there, as you can see, September, October, November, we were a lot higher than we were last year. Most of that is more than likely due to COVID. It did come down in January and February, and then of course we're starting to creep back up in March. So we're almost exactly where we were this time last year, just for the month of March. And again, that represents medical claims. Next slide, please. This is our prescription drug benefit costs, actual paid dollar amounts on prescription drug claims. We are keeping an eye on it because it is increasing significantly. As you can tell, last year the district spent $2.9 million. Right now we're at $3.6 million, increase of just a little over $700,000. And again, the price of drugs, continues to go up. We do keep an eye on it, and we do have some suggestions that we're going to work on and present to the board and here very soon, coming up on the before our effective date, on how we can help address these cost overages, but without affecting what drugs are dispensed to employees or having not affect them in getting their medications. So we do have a very, very good plan. You know, we have a very rich pharmacy benefit plan, but that's of course for the benefit of our employees. And then the next slide is just our administrative costs, what we pay to Blue Cross and Blue Shield to run the plan, to administer the plan, and also stop loss insurance. We do have individual specific stop loss and aggregate stop loss, which basically means that the district insures everybody up to $125,000 that the district is on the hook for. And then anything else after that is covered by stop loss insurance. And I did mention the $1.6 million that we received in stop loss benefits earlier. So we have a net admin fee of $98.87 per employee per month. So the next slide kind of is the slide that we see every month. So last year at this time, or this year, we're at $11.7 million versus last year, we're at $10.1 million. It's approximately 13% increase. And again, that $11.7 million is net of the $1.6 million that we received in stop loss. We don't actually receive that. That money is taken on a credit against the claims that Blue Cross paid. So there's not an actual exchange of premium dollars, or it's credited to what we reimburse Blue Cross every week for medical claims. And then the last slide is the self-funded workers' compensation program. Again, this is very basic information here. 30 claims this year versus last year, and this is of course through March 31st. We've incurred $81,000, $907.82 in claims. Outstanding reserves, we're at $43,651. And that's actually, the claims are valued as of March 31st. I forgot to update that part of the spreadsheet. But all in all, our work comp program is looking very, very good. So with that, I'll ask the board if they have any questions.
Good. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Coach.
Superintendent's report, President Goya.
Good, that takes us to item 9, consent agenda. Briefly look through the items there. And
we can choose some items I'd like to discuss.
I'll ask.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'll ask after we've looked at them, and then I'll ask each of y'all. Are you ready to move on?
We will be pulling item J.
Pardon?
We will be pulling, administration was asking, we'll be pulling item J.
Item J?
And bringing it in May.
Item J will be pulled by administration, and,
Yes, sir.
and you'll bring it back in
May.
In May. Okay. Mrs. Staita, do you have anything you want to pull?
No, I don't.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Dr. Rodriguez?
No, sir.
Costrevino?
No.
Mr. Nieto?
None.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Pool, we mean discuss, correct, sir? Okay. Item under letter N, item number 9.
Item?
Yes, letter N, item number 9. Letter Q and letter R.
To approve the consent agenda excluding item N, number 9, Q and R.
Okay, we have an approval by Mr. Gonzalez, motion to approve, and a second by Mrs. Sustaita. Are there need to have any discussion? Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries, and now the items that were pulled, which were the approval of budget amendments, and then we had Q, the extra duty pay for instructional support, and then the approval of the consultative agreement with public school partners. All right.
Okay, I'll start with the first one. Letter N, number 9, the student desk shields. I just want to confirm, those are all have been approved by the committees, the previous ones, the prototypes that we looked at, the ones that we've been purchasing, the clear desk shields, and that'll put us at what capacity in the district, at what level? Or will we be at like 100% already?
We will, these are to order approximately 8,000 more of the clear plastic shields,
Okay.
and we have not ordered them yet. So we can have the samples available for
But
people
those
to
are the
see
ones that
again.
we previously saw, right?
That's
And
correct.
and then this will put us already at like 100% capacity for next year, or will there still be another order?
No, well, we had initially about 6,000.
Right.
The one that we had to adjust, modify to make them see-through.
Right.
Then we bought 6,000 of the same kind, so there will be a total of 20.
Okay.
But it will be 14,000 of this kind.
Okay, of the clear plexi, okay.
So,
Mr., as we look at registration, we start registration, online registration on April the 16th, correct? So on Friday. So as we start looking at numbers, we likely will bring some more and order some more.
Okay.
So that we can have 100%.
Okay.
now what's going to happen to the ones we have right now, Doctor, on the desk shields?
We're still using them. They're still in pretty good shape, you know, when we
So
visit the
are we-
campuses.
Are we missing some, or is that?
No, we want to have them for every single student desk. If our 16,000 plus students return, you know, in the fall, we want to be ready. So when we can order. And we're also hoping that with the ESSER funds, that this will cover some of this as well.
Okay, well.
Okay. Letter Q, increase in extra duty pay for staff that provides instructional support for students. I wanted to question one area for the instructional aides. I saw the increases amongst the different categories, but for the instructional aides, and even a lot of our paraprofessional staff, regardless whether they're in clerical or whatever the case may be, but you know, just bringing up instructional aides for one, those individuals are utilized in ways that they have direct contact with students, they're in classrooms with students and whatnot. And I just feel, is that an area that we can look at again to see if the increase matches the responsibility? You know, that's just something that I noticed when I was looking through the packet. I caught that, and I just wanted to bring that up because I don't think it's enough. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because the fact that they, like our teachers, their instruction, they're working, they're in the classrooms with students.
With students and whatnot, yes.
Yeah,
And I know
it's-
that sometimes they're used to substitute or cover and whatnot, especially if this is going to be, like I said, for like summer pay, and they'll be working in summers. And the increase, when I saw that, that's something that I felt that I had to bring up today, if it could be reevaluated, because I know we're making significant increases in all the other areas, but that's one that I felt maybe, and I don't know if anybody wants to look at and look at that number. You know, I just don't think it matches the responsibility.
Okay, so we can, if the board would like to approve it with us reevaluating that one and bringing it back, we can take a look at it. And, you know, you do bring up a good point. The instruction, you are with students and teachers in classrooms.
So we're gonna, when we motion to approve, we're gonna motion with a modification.
I mean, that with the understanding that administration will reevaluate the instructional aids.
Okay.
Table that one, can't we?
It's all
As
part of
the motion. Right?
But you'd have to table the whole thing?
No, just N9.
Stuck out to me
I mean-
too, the teachers, core teachers and regular teachers, because I guess just regular teachers is interdisciplinary and core teachers is a certain subject. And there is quite a bit of difference between those two
For the
teachers.
summer.
Right. And for me, I'm thinking, okay, the teachers that don't have a core subject aren't focusing on just one. That's a lot of work focusing on a different subject. So I don't know. It's also something to think about because they are being paid different than the core teachers and they have a lot of work also.
Yeah, Mrs. Doug, let me ask you a question. So you're reading it as, if I'm an interdisciplinary teacher or if I'm a self-contained teacher, by that I mean, I'm a teacher who has to teach math, reading,
yes,
science, and
that's-
social studies. As long as they're still teaching a core, they would,
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Aguilar, get the 35, correct?
That clarifies
The way
it.
that,
That clarifies it. I thought it was different.
Be like enrichment, correct? Like if they're doing some type of enrichment activities, those teachers, the ones, right? Is that correct?
right, that are non-core, that they may be working, you know, parts of summer school, but not responsible for, you know, the reading, the math, the science, and the
Okay.
social studies.
Right.
That clarifies
Okay.
it.
Okay. That was item Q? Okay. And then now item R,
Okay.
the approval of consultant agreement with public school partners. I know that this is an administrative recommendation, ma'am, but what I would like to see is that we have a wealth of talent in our school district.
Yes, we do.
We have a lot of individuals at different levels that in some cases, they've been on campuses or in departments or whatever the case may be for over a decade,
Right,
or if not
right.
more, and highly successful
Mhm.
locally, regionally, and at the state level.
Right.
And the way I see things is that and it's always been like that, is that you would see people progress vertically. You'd see them move from one level to the next. And the reason that was effective, that you had people that were, moving through the different levels in the school district, it was effective because they were all connected. They all had experiences through different levels, in
Right.
different cases and situations.
Correct.
And all that ends up here at central office.
Right.
And it's effective because they're still connected. There's that connectivity there. That individual remembers being an instructional aide, being a bus driver, whatever the case may be, being in the classroom as a teacher, being an assistant principal or a principal and whatnot. And I am one that thinks, instead of focusing on consultants, we need to focus on our staff that's already ready. That's
Right.
ready to progress, they're ready to step up, ready to fill in those voids. I know that we have gaps right now and that are being filled. Or I know that there's gaps, and I'm sorry, and that work is now falling on the shoulders of others.
Yes.
And it's very difficult. But we're very close to the end of the year, and my mentality is, instead of focusing on bringing in consultants to fill this gap, why don't we start looking at already those individuals that are ready to move up?
That's a good point, and we are, and we'd like to. And so once the forensic audit is over, we talked about reorg and looking at the structure. It will lead to making important decisions about staffing and positions that may be needed with the data that we collect. In December, we lost a very, very strong leader and educator, very committed, and had, a lot on her plate as she helped to lead secondary education plus various departments.
Right.
These consultants are just to get us through the end of the year. And as we start next year and we wait for the reports from the forensic audit, to put a structure, in place and with the positions needed to continue to move our district forward, what I'm hoping is post-pandemic. So it would be, for a brief period of time to do that. And then, so once we get that, we're going to be more than happy to post for those positions.
The agenda, but there is an item down here somewhere, looking at the school year starting, if board approves it, in July instead of in August or September?
The fiscal year? The
Yes.
Fiscal year, yes, ma'am.
So one of the pros of that is actually hiring somebody in July to start the contract off. So right now it's April. If we look at May and June, we have 2 more months, a couple more weeks until, Mr. Sanchez?
Fiscal year
Uh-huh.
will begin in September. That change will be until the following year.
So it's until next
The
year that we're
22-23
approving, not this year.
We'll start on July, correct.
Okay, so we can't approve this year because we're already in this year.
We
Okay.
still got through August 31, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Forensic audit, and like I stated when I first voted for it, that I did so we can be completely transparent with the community. I know we've all discussed it. There's issues, right? But I don't think that should hold us back from moving forward and already starting to move individuals out in the district into positions that they can easily fill and are prepared and ready for and are qualified for. This is like I don't want to open the door and start opening it up for consultants.
Okay.
And this is one that I would like to, I think that we need to table and discuss more for a later time, because I just don't want to open that, because we have a lot of staff that's ready to go, that they're ready to step in and take on the challenge. And I think we shouldn't let the forensic audit hold us back, because we need to be aggressive at this point, because when we start the school year next year, we shouldn't be filling in voids. We should already have people in place.
Okay.
And I'm not concerned with the forensic audit at all. And especially not to hold back advancing our staff, moving them and moving them into places that they're qualified experience for. Post it, hire, and let's get people in positions and let's start preparing for the 21-22 school year. And I don't think that we need to bring anybody from the outside in to assist us with that, because we have a wealth of talent that's ready. And that's my opinion. I'm only one of 7, but this is one that I think we should table and discuss further.
Well, I'm thinking we need to move forward with this, because I think the help is needed right now, immediately, and if we can just get some help short term, just to kind of get us by, during these critical times. Obviously, we do want to post these positions and hire from within, but I think the immediate, help is needed right now. Just, my opinion on that. And I know this is going to be just short term, correct, Dr. Canales?
Yes, this contract is through August 31st.
Okay.
With an option to extend. And our consulting contracts also come with a 14-day notice of termination. So instead of like a 30-day, a 14-day notice. So if we do move forward and, I present to the board, this is a thinking for the organization structure for next year, and we'd like to move forward with X, Y, and Z positions ASAP. Once those come into play, then it's a 14-day notice to any consultants that we bring in to our school district.
Public School Partners company?
It's a company, and then they contract with administrators and bring help us bring somebody in. So that's what they are. They're a company. They contract with administrators. They're called Public School Partners, who can come in and assist with the types of work that may be needed.
And we can terminate in 14 days if we give them 14 days.
We have to send a letter. We have to follow the steps that we say and that lay in the contract to be able to.
Yeah,
to terminate.
I'm in favor of doing this to help our situation at this point, and let it take its course with the personnel that's going to be assisting. And I look at the contract, and the contract states that that it be extended if need be, and I think it's important because it's going to help us finish the school year, but at the same time build on starting the new school year, and staff that'll be brought in is going to help bring those positions to fruition, but it'll be based on very good experience helping Dr. Canales, and I think depending on the person that you will bring in, have a salary based on the experience that person will bring in, because we have a lot of personnel that are make a very good earn a very good salary, and it's based on experience and their qualifications. So I would be in favor of considering those things also when you make your final decision, Dr. Canales.
And so, to get this right, so we're just hiring the company, but yet we still have to approve who the company's gonna send our way, or
No.
How does that work?
The company has somebody in mind who they will send our way that can help meet the needs of the district. Because on the consultant contract, we put support for education, secondary attendance numbers, budgeting that goes with staffing allocations based upon formulas, improvement planning, professional development, and other areas identified. There's some areas that we are behind. You're right. We're short staffed.
So who would they be sending you?
They would be sending one of the people that they'd be sending, and this is probably the only one, would be Dr. Richard Rivera.
Yes, you need the help, but like Mr. Los Santos said also, we have many people that are highly qualified that eventually will help you in the future. Yes, you do need the help now, which is, I agree, like Mr. Cuellar said, but I also agree with Mr. Los Santos that there's a lot of people that you could utilize as soon as you can to post those positions, so that way we can hire those and go forward.
And we can, I can focus on that, and with the timeline of this is what we'll need to put into place, because both, you're right, all of you are right. We have very we have qualified, committed people on our staff. We're overloaded. We're behind in some areas, and you've discussed some of them with me, and I've discussed them with you, and we need to start catching up to that. So while we can address the things that we need now, I can also be creating a timeline along with every year. I spend some time reorging, coming up with what that structure is going to look like, and then moving forward with posting positions and starting the new year.
Approve the consent agenda item N and table Q and R.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez to approve. Which one's in?
Which is for the additional student desk shields, and go ahead and table Q so that y'all can do your research on that pay. And then, I can't see. And then R, again, I too agree with both you, Coach, and Jaime and Marcos, but I think further discussion is maybe needed. And you know, again, if we have to meet shortly over a Zoom lunch meeting, we can bring it back. So that was my motion, Coach.
Okay, your motion is for that, and who second? Mr. Los Santos, second. Okay, let's put it to a vote. Signify your approval saying aye or no if you don't approve. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
No.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
The chair votes no, but the ayes have it, motion carries. So we now go to discussion items. Item 10. Dr. Canales?
The interim financial report for the 7 months ended March 31st, 2021. Mr. Sanchez will present this report. No action is required. And is this one on the slides, Mr. Sanchez? Mr. Sanchez, is this one on the slides?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Aguilar, can you present the slides?
It's at the end of the superintendent's report.
No, that one right there.
Right there. Okay. On the Interim financial report, just a refresher that we had mentioned before, the general fund budget in the general fund section, as mentioned, as approved by the board at the beginning, the local revenues were 24.9 million, state revenues 137.4 million. The federal revenues was 13,459,000 for a total of 175,776,000. The local revenues are based mostly property taxes. That is the largest item that they have. As of February 28th, in the budget of 23,230,000 of taxes, we have already received 22,522,639, which is 97%. We don't have a report, but just for purposes on the ledger, the collections for March, we have already received 23,495,000, which is already 101%. So the local revenues, when it comes to property taxes, we have already reached our budget by the end of March. But as of February 28th, it's 97%. Next slide, please. On the state revenues, the largest item is the average daily attendance. As you all know, our budget is based on 15,288. The report for the first 6 weeks, the average of those 6 weeks is 15,092. It's up from the prior report we had shared with you. We're short 108.88 for budget, and that represents about $767,000 deficit on ADA as of the end of the 6 weeks. I mentioned earlier, by having the whole harmless applied to our district, we would meet our budget. We'll be higher than 15,200, and we're waiting for to get the completion of the year. And we should meet it well. Federal revenues, the projected revenues are mostly for the National School Lunch Program and the Breakfast Program and the food service. And we anticipating a $900,000 deficit because of the pandemic, that we don't have as many revenues for meals. But we are expecting an amount from the Texas Department of Agriculture of $1,072,000, which we should receive in June. That should help us make up our deficit pretty good for this year. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Revenue sources, again, tax collections, investment interest, athletic events for local funds. For the state, the ADA, which has weights and special programs, state compensatory, in the tax collection effort, plus the TRS on behalf, and on the federal, in the National Lunch Breakfast Program, the federal program indirect costs, and the sharp revenues that we get. Next slide, please. Okay, here we go. On the revenue, the budget, I mentioned it was $175,776,000, and it's broken down local, state, and federal. From the budget of $24,908,000, we have received $24,494,606. That represents 98.34% of the local revenues, and this is through March 31. For state revenues, out of $137,408,000, we have received $97,308,000. That represents 70.82%. From the federal revenues, out of $13,459,000, we have received $6.8 million. That is 50.74%. That is lower, and a lot of it has to do with the food service, like I mentioned earlier. The totals for revenues, out of $175,776,000, we have received $128,632,000. In the average, that represents 73% of the revenues in the budget. Any questions on that? The next slide, please. On the expenditures, we have an adjusted budget of $186,610,000, and I will explain more on the adjustment to the budget. We separated the expenditures in 5 sections: instructional related, like I mentioned before, instructional support, administration, district-wide support, and debt service. We added the functions for each budget. We had them all in a section. So for the instructional related functions, which total $116,478,000, of those we have spent at the end of March 31, expended or encumbered, and encumbered means purchase orders, is $55,816,000. That represents 47.92%. A budget at the end of March is 58.3%, but that is 7 out of the 12 months of the year. For the next item, instructional support, that is, what's it called? On the function 32, social services, counseling, transportation, food service, and co-curricular items, the budget is $27,376,000. We have expended or encumbered $15,382,000. That represents 56.19%. And administration for instruction or general administration of the district, our budget of $14,394,000. We have expended or encumbered $8,181,000. That represents 56.84%. On district-wide support, we have a budget of $25,792,000. We have expended or encumbered $14,688,000. That represents 56.95%. Debt service, these are the loans that we have that we pay from the maintenance and operation taxes, not the one that the taxpayers voted for. For the bonds, the budget is $2,568,000. We had paid already on those loans $1.2 million, and we still have $1,300,000 to pay. And that so far, we have paid 47% of that budget. Total expenditures, as adjusted, is 186,610,000. We have expended or encumbered 95,277,000 for an average total of 51.06% of the budget. Any questions on that? I was real fast, but hopefully the chart helps to follow.
No, I like the way you presented in the chart format, using this format here.
Okay. Next slide. Okay. Yes, sir. Go back.
Do you foresee saving some of that money because we got 5 months left, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you foresee probably having some savings because of this particular year?
We're looking at that right now, and we didn't have a lot of savings, but by making the ADA with the whole Hamlets, we should go over on the ADA, but maybe $1 million.
Okay.
The only thing is that on ADA regular, we're going to do good, but the whole Hamlets, one of the things that it has is that it takes whatever averages, for example, is ADA attendance. That's ADA. And there's for state camp, for example, special ed, all the special populations, those are full-time equivalents. And some of those we're short. For example, we couldn't have all the CTE classes because of the situation we have.
Right.
We lost full-time equivalents there. So we're short in those areas. So in the averages of about $1 million that we're gonna have extra, but we gotta be careful. One went up, one went down to check that. But right now, that looks like that. Corporate tax collections are going well. I thought there will be less because at the beginning, like I mentioned, they say that people can have a break of not paying the mortgage for 3 months or 4 months. I wasn't sure how that was gonna work, but they're coming through pretty good. We pretty much reached the budget. We budgeted low on the collections of taxes. So we're getting that. So as we continue the year, we'll probably have exits there as well.
Okay.
And then as far as expenditures, there's not a lot.
Right.
11 is the one that showed 47% there. I mentioned that for 7 months out of the year, out of the 12, 58% is about the amount to be expected. However, that amount is for the general fund, which includes, besides the local funds, the early education fund, the state camp, the CTE, special ed, all those funds. So the big ones are state camp and early education. Those are the ones that the auditors mentioned that we hadn't spent enough money, you remember? So some of those salaries, what we're spending and everything plus instructional material that we're buying, if there's money that we haven't spent every year, that doesn't go to the fund balance that we use for calculations of projections for the future. That is reserved, goes back into the fund balance, we cannot touch it. So we're looking right now to define what is the local amount that we have, that we can tell you whether we have some savings. If I have the figure ready by Friday, I'll let you know. You know, as soon as we have, we'll give an approximation. I'll discuss it with Dr. Canales and Mr. Cuellar, and then we'll share with the board.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. This is the reconciliation that we do on expenditures from what we budgeted, the board budgeted at the beginning of the year, and the adjustments we had made throughout every month in the fiscal year to reach the amount that we have right now, 186 million. Everything that's here, we had mentioned it before already, prior months, like first item carryover state allotment funds, 5.5 million of the budget, the money we hadn't spent before we had, like I said, goes to fund balance. They will bring it forward, add it to the budget. That doesn't mean because we have more expenditures that we're spending money that we don't have. It's just money that didn't belong to this year, but we needed to spend it, so we added it. The next one, 1.2 million, is for fund balance that we had created by purchase order that we did not receive the items by August 31. So anything that we ordered last year in the budget, and we didn't get it, well, back to fund balance again because we didn't spend it. But since the orders came in September, October, November, if we pay those purchase orders from the following year, the budget for the next year is going to be broke because we spend it for things that belong to the prior year. So we bring forward the budget that went with those purchase orders, and that is what that 1.2 million is. And the other one are other minor items that we had, the 48,000. We approved for PPE and sanitation, desk shields, 620,000. Also, employee incentive pay. You'll remember when the board, for the beginning of the 2021 year, approved that we pay employees $1,000 in December. I had mentioned at the time we do not have the money to make that kind of payment, but if it's approved, we'll take it from the fund balance. And we were counting on the surplus savings of the prior year that we basically pay it from there. So that is what that amount is. Then the board approved to buy the Cardonex subscription, the renewal of $77,000. And then the last amendment that took place in March, the food service department increased their expenditure budget by $975,000. We want to make sure that we have budget as we finish the year for all the expenditures that we have. If the items, the money does not get spent, it goes back to their fund balance. And that is separate from the local maintenance fund that we talked about all the time. All those adjustments total $10,833,000. Go to the next slide, please. Regular. The line in the middle is what I just described, 10.8 million. The initial budget approved by the board was 175,776,000 for a combined adjusted or amended budget of $186,610,311. So that's how the explanation of what the board approved at the beginning to what we have now as amended. Any questions or comments? Okay. Good. I believe that's it, right?
Thank you, Andres.
So there is one more discussion item, and Mr. Sanchez alluded to it when he talked about tax collections. The acknowledgement of the Hidalgo County Tax Office Collection Report for February 2021, current taxes and delinquent taxes. This is a no action item. This is B through discussion.
Pretty much give you an update on it, but
Yeah.
as of February 28th, out of the current taxes levy, out of 25,670,000, we have received 22,973,589, which represent an 88.04% of collections. The prior year for the same levy, we had collected 87.78%. When in essence, at the end, it's 0.26% more than last year. The next item, the delinquent taxes, the prior year levies, out of the balance, we started with the year with 4,182,999. We have collected to date 609,306. That represents 14.89%. Last year, at the end of February as well, we had only collected 11.22%. So we have collected 3.67% more this year than last year. So that is the report.
Thank you, Andres.
Yes, sir.
That takes us to item 11. Discussion and possible action items. A, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the 2021-2022 academic calendar. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, Mrs. Janie Benya helped to lead this effort this year. It had been led by Mrs. Peterson in previous years. A subcommittee that included the District Advisory Committee, they met several times to create 4 options. This is a process we've used for a couple of years. So 4 options for the 21-22 academics calendar. The calendar committee meetings were held on several dates in January and 1 in February to discuss the parameters as we develop the calendars for the 21-2022 school year. And also to present various calendars to the committee and to vote for the top 3. When the calendars were presented to the District Advisory Committee, there was a tie with the 3rd and 4th. So for this year, we have 4. We usually have 3 calendars that received the approval to continue with district voting. The District Advisory Committee approved the 4 calendar options as presented. All 4 were posted on our district website on March 4th, 2021 for parent and staff voting. The link for voting remained open from March 4th through March 22nd, 2021. We use district messaging systems and email systems to announce the opportunity to vote for the 2021-2022 academic calendar. We send messages to Weslaco ISD families on March 7th, March 21st, and March 22nd. Below are the results of the voting. Option A did get the most staff votes and the most parent votes for a total of 565. Again, thank you to Ms. Pena. She is available if you should have any questions. about this recommendation, but we're seeking your approval of the 2022 academic calendar option A as presented.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mrs. Sustaita. Any discussion? Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item B, discussion and possible action to renew the district's agreement with Medical Supply to provide diabetic testing supplies and chronic disease management services for the district's self-funded employee benefit plan, RFP 19-04-30, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same. Dr. Canales.
Some background on this. In March 2012, the board amended the method on how diabetic testing supplies were dispensed by the employee benefit plan. The action initiated increased cost effectiveness of supplies utilized by employees who are under routine monthly treatment. Additionally, it was the intent to encourage employees to adequately monitor their diabetes condition by removing potentially burdensome carrier cost barriers. The employee's copay for strips used to be a minimum of $30 per month. Now employees receive these supplies free of charge. In 2019, the district conducted an RFP for diabetic testing supplies and chronic disease management. Miracle Medical was awarded the contract with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. The district will be entering into the final renewal option. The price of test strips have increased by approximately 6.7%, or $2 per box, which is $32. Prices for all of the goods and services will not increase. The enclosed addendum to the professional services agreement between Miracle Medical Supply and Weslaco ISD reflects the price changes mentioned above. So Board of Trustees, it is my recommendation that you renew the agreement with Miracle Medical Supplies to provide chronic disease management for diabetes and related medical supplies as part of the district's self-funded medical benefit program. Mr. Rosa is available. He's worked hard on this if you should have any questions. And you are, as part of the agenda, you may authorize administration to solicit proposals for the same. So our recommendation is to move forward with the agreement with Miracle Medical Supplies.
I move to approve.
Mr. Gonzalez? Move to approve. Do I have a second?
Yes, I second.
Mr. Los Santos, second. Any discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Costillo?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item C. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to, 1, extend the award of the depository contract with Texas National Bank for the 2022-2023 biennium, RFB number 15-05-47, with certain modifications, or 2, to release a request for proposals for bank depository services for the 2022-2023 biennium. Dr. Canales?
Some background on this, and on May 26, 2015, the board awarded Texas National Bank the depository contract for the district. In 2017, the district exercised the first extension, which continued the depository contract with Texas National Bank through August 2019. On June 3, 2019, the district exercised second extension, which continued the depository contract with the bank and through August 31st, 2021. The district, we do qualify to extend this depository contract for a third 2-year term with Texas National Bank as per Texas Education Code 45.205B as amended by Senate Bill 754, effective September 1st, 2017. Our business office sent out a survey to all district personnel that utilize the banking services that Texas National Bank offers. The survey results from feedback from 16 campus secretaries, 5 department secretaries, and 2 campus bookkeepers who we thank for their survey, for their feedback. The questionnaires were signed by district employees and the immediate supervisor of the employee. The feedback that we received from personnel was unanimously positive. Most commented that the bank personnel was always very professional, friendly, and helpful at all times. Further, they stipulated that they did not have long wait times when they go and make deposits at the bank. So the contract extension option, if the district decides to extend this contract, the bank is offering the same terms as the current contract. As a result, the district is required to continue to maintain a minimum balance of $2 million.
I'll move.
I have a question though.
Bueno.
I have a question on here. I know, a lot of government contracts or so forth, when you're a vendor, there's a 5-year limit. And here I noticed, we're on our 6th year right now. How many people were actually surveyed, Doctor?
Mr.
I
Sanchez?
saw all the positive comments, but how many people were surveyed?
Pretty much, that's pretty much everybody that got contacted. Usually the secretary for the school or bookkeeper, I handle that, the accountant, food service.
So you don't have an actual number though, to see how many people were
I don't have the number.
filled out the survey? Or was it just a?
Mr. Esquivel, are you on the line?
Yes, I am Mr. Sanchez.
How many employees were contacted for the survey? Do you remember the number?
All the schools, were contacted and all responded. Except for Horton, that's the only one they don't do banking, they don't have a student activity account.
Okay. Yes.
And then the departments, which is athletics, and the food service that deals with the bank too, Dora signed the survey and it was answered by the driver.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to.
Yeah. Dr. Motions to approve, right? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto.
Now,
Now, is there any discussion?
have we had any concerns from business office or campuses? Okay.
No, I mean, I see all the positive comments here, but 6 years down the road, I'd like to see what else is out there, what other options we have.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Nieto to consider the approval to extend the award for the auditory contract with Texas National Bank for the 2022-23 biennium RFP number 15-05-47. Okay, let's take it to vote. Ms. Saita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
No.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item D, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval for the pavilions at Cuellar Middle School and Maryhill Middle School and a canopy and restrooms at Central Middle School Project CSP number 18-03-19 as follows. 1, a deductive change order for the unspent project contingencies and credits. 2, change order number 2 for the weather and delay days to complete the project. And 3, final completion of the project. Dr. Canales.
So on March 20th, 2018, the board approved Rigney Construction for the construction of this project for $1,130,000. The scope consisted of construction of the pavilions at Cuellar Middle School and Maryhill Middle School and the addition of restrooms to the science wing and a canopy connecting the science wing to the main campus at Central Middle School. The project will be deemed as complete on time upon approval of the additional days requested. After board approval and confirmation that all closeout documentation has been provided, we will proceed to process the project's remaining payment applications for payment. Change order number 2 for additional days and deductive change order number 3 for unspent allowances and credits. Change order 2 consists of additional days requested due to weather delays and delays due to the selection of the brick for the Central Middle School restrooms. The deductive change order for unspent balance of the allowance on this project of $31,613 is credited back to Weslaco ISD. The credits on the project resulted from concrete material tests that did not meet the design specifications and poor workmanship on the leveling of the floors of both pavilions. There were some water ponds on the floors during rainy days. So we're recommending that you consider approval of the following for the pavilions at Gued Middle School and Mary Hogue Middle School, and a canopy and restrooms at Central Middle School project. The deductive change order number 3 for the unspent project contingencies, that's a credits. Change order number 2 for weather and delays to complete the project and final completion of the project. We do have Mr. Americo Garza and Mr. Oscar Riojas available if you have any questions about this item.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Mrs. Susaita and a second by Mr. Gonzalez to consider the approval of the pavilions at Cuella Middle School, Mary Hogue Middle School, and the canopy and restroom Central Middle School project CSP number 18-03-19, and as follows: 1, deductive change order for the unspent project contingencies, the credits. 2, change order number 2 for the weather delay days and to complete the project. And number 3, final completion of the project. Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Costeño?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item E, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the allowance expenditure number 1 for the additional improvements needed for the roofing replacement project at 3 schools: Memorial Elementary, Northbridge Elementary, and the Weslaco High School Transition Center, CSP number 20-04-20. Dr. Canales.
Board proceeds. This one goes back to May 11, 2020, when the board approved the American Contracting USA Inc. general contractor for the construction of this project. So for the allowance expenditure authorizing number 1, staff has been working with Euro Architects and American Contracting, monitoring changes to the scope of work for this project due to unforeseen conditions, design adjustments, and or additional work requested by WISD, as determined as needed by staff. The additional work under this allowance expenditure is determined to be outside the scope of work as stipulated in the signed contract. The net cost of the additional improvements is to be paid out of the general building repairs allowance designated for each campus. Therefore, there is no increase in the project. The project includes the following contingency allowances totaling $150,000 at the beginning of the project that can be used to pay for additional scope of work not included in the project construction documents. General building repairs allowance for Northbridge Elementary, $75,000. General building repairs allowance for Memorial Elementary, $75,000. The table below lists a summary of the contents for AE number 1. So for Northbridge, it also includes a removal of 2 dead palm trees that died during the winter storm event that we had in February. This was an unforeseen condition, and Weslaco ISD did request a removal of the dead palm trees, so there's no future damage to the roofs and later on. At Northbridge and at Memorial, the removal of 1 dead palm tree and trimming 9 additional palm trees for $4,000. I do have Mr. Americo Garza and Mr. Riojas on the phone, online, if you should have any questions about this one.
I move to approve.
I had a question. Do we?
Well, let's
Motion and
follow up and then we'll bring it up for discussion. Mr. Gonzalez, motions to approve.
Second.
You will have a second by Mr. Nieto.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez, second by Mr. Nieto to consider approval for the allowance expenditure. Number 1, for the additional improvements needed in the roofing replacement project at 3 schools: Memorial Elementary, Northbridge Elementary, and Weslaco High School Transition Center, CSP number 20-04-20. Now, is there any discussion?
Yes, I just had a question. This already had taken place. Then this was requested already. This service was already provided. We're approving the service. Just want to confirm that.
Yeah. Mr. Rio, can you please confirm?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. So this one, we received, we talked about the request just simply because palm trees, they do pose a threat to the roofs. A dead palm tree with the heavy winds coming on, if it happens to fall, which it's very possible that it will, it can damage the roof. The palm tree trimming, of course, those are very hazardous and dangerous, especially around, our electrical hardware up there. And so we just, felt that it was important to get these immediate threats out of the way, especially with a brand new roof that we just repaired, and just, speed up the process of getting them done, Mr. Los Santos, in the process, so that when we have a completed project, which is we expect to have substantial completion, hopefully by the end of the week, everything will be ready to go and safe for our roofs as well.
Okay. And just for transparency, this is the type of work. This is the type of work that our department can't do internally, correct?
Yeah, no, sir. That would be very difficult for our men to do that internally. Yes, sir.
Los Santos said, it's not changing the project cost. This is just coming out of the allowance, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more discussion? Not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Espaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to release a request for qualifications for civil engineering, structural engineering, and mechanical, electrical, plumbing, engineering services for future construction projects of Weslaco ISD. 1, approve the release of a request for qualifications, RFQ, for engineering services, civil, structural, and mechanical, electrical, plumbing for any future construction projects. And 2, approval of criteria and points to be used to rank the qualification statements to be received. Dr. Canales.
And Board of Trustees, all construction projects and various other in-house projects require the need for engineering services. This is due in large part to the requirement by law to hire licensed professionals based on the cost of the intended projects as follows. So for mechanical or engineering, the minimum project cost is $8,000, and for structural or civil engineering professional service, it's $20,000. In an attempt to streamline this process and possibly reduce the time required by the district to start a project, we're proposing that the district solicit engineering firms for the various required engineering services listed. The process to procure the services of a licensed professional requires board approval per board policy. Having approved and awarded engineers and our engineering firms would enable administration to move forward when the need of these services arises without having to go through the solicitation process each time. This would serve us well, specifically in cases where the project is small and can be managed by in-house personnel, but for which the projected cost meets or exceeds a state law requirement that requires the services of an engineer. So in efforts to improve the efficiency of the process, hiring the services of a licensed professional for a predetermined timeframe would greatly aid the effectiveness of completing the projects. So there's some government codes, section 2254.003 for selection of provider and fees. And it does state a governmental entity cannot select a provider of professional services on the basis of competitive bids, but shall make the selection based on demonstrated competence and qualifications to perform the services and for a fair and reasonable price. Furthermore, Government Code Section 2254.004, contract for professional services of architect, engineer, surveyor, a government entity agency shall first select the most highly qualified provider of those services on the basis of demonstrated competence and qualifications, and then 2, attempt to negotiate with the provider a contract at a fair and reasonable price. There's also some criteria here on page 2, and the board may approve this criteria and points as presented, or they may recommend additional criteria or change the points value. So we're recommending Board of Trustees that you make a determination to approve the release of RFQs, requests for qualifications for engineering services, civil, structural, and mechanical, electrical, and plumbing for any future construction projects. And 2, that you approve the criteria and points to be used to rank the qualification statements to be received. So this is open for your discussion.
I have a couple of questions. So one, how many, would we have like a list of people that we would have readily available? Do we have a number of how many people we would have?
Yeah. So we would put out the RFQ and Mr. Sanchez, and then depending on the number.
Whoever wants to submit a bid.
to
We
come.
advertise it in the paper. Is that what you're asking?
No, I was under the impression that instead of going out every single time for an RFQ, we have like a list
Full.
of, this is
Yeah.
who we're going to go to, and we're just going to go straight to them instead of going out.
Every single time.
Right, so I'm saying, is there like a list of companies of how many we're going to have?
Yeah, engineers, yeah, for the different category that we have here. And then we'll bring them to the board. The board will interview them when they reply. And then you'll select, let's say that we had 5, 10, you rank them 1 to 10. And you decide, I want to keep 2 for civil engineering, 2 for MEP, 2 for structure, or 1. And
So
we
we'll have
decide
like
at that
2
time.
or-
Yeah, so you'll have, depending on the RFQs and the presentations and how many you select, you would have, 2, or you would have more for each one of these engineering services that then we would go to.
Because
Instead of
when
coming
we
every
need
time.
it, right. instead of
if it's one, whenever, for example, Mr. Garza is working on something, he needs an engineer. So there's one engineer, and the other one that we're going to go to ask for information because they're already the one that we're going to work with.
Right, let's say like PBK, for example, that we've used them quite a bit before in the other meetings. I remember their name
Right.
quite a bit.
Uh-huh.
Instead of asking, well, do we go with PBK or do we go with somebody else? Okay, we're going with PBK because they got ranked.
They were,
Number 1.
right, whomever got selected, right?
And we will do this maybe like yearly or just to be fair.
We haven't done anything on engineers before. For architects, we did it 4 years ago. And we had projects at the time that we assigned to them. And then whenever something came up, we went to one or two architects, whomever we need it from. But we can do it every year, every 2 years, that's up to the board.
Okay.
But you're right, we would have like a pool to select from instead of coming every
right.
single time, right?
Okay.
Now, when we have the pool, when you're saying we have the pool, so we'll have a pool of 2 or 3. At that point, we can still submit the jobs for them and get request bid from them for each job,
I'm
correct?
gonna
No.
defer to,
No, with all due respect, on architects and engineers, you cannot get pulled.
well, engineers.
Like we said here, demonstrated competence and qualifications. So we have them, we rank them. So when we have a project, we build in a high school. So we need architects for this or engineers for it. So we rank them, and the one that we go 1 through 5, if that's how you want to go, then we go, okay, we're going to go with number 1. We have a project we want to do. How much are you going to charge us for it? And that's when we negotiate the fee. If that's the one we like the fee. That's the one we get only. In this case, we don't have a project. So we may have 1 or 2 architects, but we'll rank them. We'll let
Engineers.
select engineers. Sorry. It's going to apply the same thing for both. That's why I keep saying it.
Yeah.
The board can select the top 2 or 1. And that's the one we're going to go with.
And
So the pool that we approve, that's the pool that all of them will give us a bid. So let's say we do have a project. We can go, if we have 5 architects, we can go to those 5 and give them our blueprints or documents or whatever, or not, I'm sorry, not the blueprints, but the project. And then and then all 5 will bid, or we only get one bid from the 5?
No, the idea is that for one, that we select only 1, not set up all of them. See, we don't have any projects right now, like I said. The idea is that when we need something done, we don't have to come back to the board. Oh, can you please hire an engineer? That we have to wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks to select one. No, I'm talking about timeline.
Right, but wouldn't we save money by going out and bidding though, and then always putting it out on the open market?
You can. That's what I was saying. The law, architects and engineers, you cannot get a price.
Right. Okay. So you're saying policy
So when
holds
we
us back
did
from that?
The law.
architectural 4 years ago, we had Weslaco ISD Band Hall, the Hill House,
Yes.
the renovations at both high schools of the athletics.
The pavilions.
We had like 10 different architectural firms that did their presentations. And we said, okay, I think ERO got
ERO
Weslaco
got the
Band Hall
roofing
because they had
and the
the
band hall.
McAllen Civic Center. I think we chose
Right.
PBK for the
Field house renovation, facility
the
renovation.
field house.
Athletic, right.
Then we picked somebody else for the other project. We kind of just spread it out and then we
Selected
went
10.
there and then then the contractors did the bids and whatever.
Right. After they come up with the plans.
It's a certain percentage, no? Fee?
Most of the time, architects charge 6%.
6%.
Engineers, if you work within 6, 7, 8%, depending on the type of project that it is. But the idea that we would like for you to select one, and it could be one per year, like Mr. Taita said. That way, if that is the engineer that we have, whenever a project comes up, we're going to talk to them. And Mr. De La Garza, Americo, can provide more information on the need for this.
Yeah, if I may add a comment that hopefully will clarify, Mr. Los Santos, so we cannot by law make the professional services, licensed professional rather, compete against each other based on cost for a project. So it has to be our selection based on their qualifications. And then once we see their cost, then we have to determine whether we may get something better off of somebody else, but we cannot see everybody's cost at the same time. And so the idea here is to try to get and expedite and make the process more efficient by trying to get somebody for at least a year. And the board may select 2 or 3, at which point we'd have to come up with a way of how to designate projects as they come up and how to, I guess, select the engineer or the architect. And so after that, we can set up the contract for the board to approve to extend another year or 2 years, however the board decides. But for at least a year, that's what we'd like to do to have them on board.
That I'm understanding correctly, or I understand everything that we're going out for. And I know there's a lot of engineering firms, but not all have in-house, let's say a mechanical MEP. They may only have civil structure, but there are firms that have all of these areas of engineering in-house, correct?
Correct.
So just so that we're all aware that whatever we go out for the RFQ and we maybe actually choose just that one firm to represent us, may already have everything that we're asking for. Am I correct in understanding that?
I have yet to see an engineering firm, Mr. Gonzalez, that would have the civil and the structural in one firm. I've seen architectural firms that have structural. I've seen architectural firms that have the MEP, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. But as far as engineering firms, I've only seen and know of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing firms that have those trades or crafts together.
Okay, thank you.
goal here is to have a well-rounded, I want to say, pool or list of different types of engineers that we can just go and pick and say, okay, this project, you give me the price. This project, you give me the price. And just have a pool of different types of architects or engineers. Is that what we're going to do?
Well, yes, and that's what the RFQ will do. It will attract these potential and interested licensed professionals, and that's how we're going to come up with that list. We'll send it to whoever we know of, and by advertising the RFQ, then we'll attract that many more to us.
And at the end of the day, Mr. Staita and Mr. Los Santos, at the end of the day, as projects are coming up, in the district that we know, okay, we're going to need to get an architect or an engineer. Discussions, we can have discussions amongst our superintendent and board as to, okay, this is the pool that we selected. These are the firms that are really strong in this area. And then we can assign, or assist you guys in assigning the project based on areas where we know they're really strong, or they recently just built something that we're about to embark on. And so they'll have the freshest and most innovative ideas and the most recent pricing for that type of work and that kind of stuff. So we look at all of those things before we assign the different architects or engineers to different projects, which is kind of what Mr. Gonzalez was talking about a couple of years back when the different projects were assigned to different firms. So we'll definitely work with our superintendent and our board with that and try to create the best team to put together the project or the product that we want.
And
just one, for personal experience. I know I recently hired an engineer not too long ago, but I also, I was taking the private sector. I guess the private sector and the public sector don't work the same, because I did bid out my project, as far as percentage and cost and things like that. But I understand that there's policy, state policy you're saying that we have. Right, government policy. And so thank you for the answers. And I think it's transparent. I learned something, that it's backed by policy, and so does the public as well. So that way they know this process as well too. So
And,
thank you for the information, sir.
And given that, Mr. Los Santos, the recommendation that's been given to us, is something that we need to consider, because they're the ones that are out there and really understand, what we're dealing with. And it's not something that just happened overnight. They've been doing this for years, and I'd like to, always take into consideration what the recommendations are and support them. So for whatever that's worth. Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Nieto.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, we've had some discussion here, so let's take it to a vote and signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Suaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item G, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to release a request for qualifications for architectural services for future construction projects of Weslaco ISD. One, approve the release of a request for qualifications RFQ for architectural services for any future construction projects. And two, approval of criteria and points to be used to rank the qualification statements to be received. Dr. Canales?
Yes, so board trustees, this is the same thing as the other one is for architects, and the minimum project cost for architects is $100,000, and the same government codes apply to architects as they did for engineers.
And we have a motion to approve by Mr. Gonzalez
I'll second.
and a second by Dr. Rodriguez. Any discussion?
Again, we just had that lengthy, and thank you for clarifying that information, because it goes for the same as architects and engineers. So thank you. Appreciate the info.
Anybody else? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye for I call your name. Ms. Suaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 8. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to extend the contract award for the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2021, RFQ number 19-06-26, or release a request for qualifications for auditing services to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending August 31, 2021. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, the CPA firm of Burton, McCumber, and Longoria LLC was awarded by our Board of Trustees back in 2019 to conduct the annual independent fiscal audit of the district, and they did it for the year ending August 31st, 2019. This contract included an extension option which allowed the school district to extend their services for 2 additional one-year contracts. In May of 2020, the board exercised the first extension option and awarded Burton, McCumber, Longoria LLC a 1-year extension to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2020. Administration has worked well with the team. They have knowledge and experience with audits, and they utilize an electronic audit software system that is user-friendly. Board of Trustees, we're recommending that you make the determination to approve the extension of the contract award RFQ number 190626 to the CPA firm of Burton, McCumber, Longoria LLP to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2021, or that you release request for qualifications, RFQs for auditing services to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit for the year ending August 31st, 2021. This is open for your discussion.
I'll move to approve the extension of the contract.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto. Any discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
No.
No? Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
No.
He stepped up.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
No.
Okay, motion fails.
RFQ.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez to RFQ and a second by Mrs. Ustaita. Any discussion?
Yeah, they've done a great job, but being that it's Coach Jesse's and Marcos and Ms. Jackie's, I think them going through the presentations like we did when we selected them a few years ago would be really good. And who sees, maybe there's somebody new now. So,
Okay,
again,
point well taken. Anything else?
No.
Well, let's take it to a vote then, to request for qualifications for an arts and services to conduct the independent fiscal for the school year August 31 to 21. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. Ms. Saita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item I, discussion and possible action to change board policy BE local. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, at the request of the board, this policy would be changed to reflect that all regular board meetings would begin at 5:30 instead of 6:30 as indicated in current policy. If in the needed workshops, public hearings, et cetera, the start times for these would begin at 5:15 p.m. So for those, when we have workshops and public hearings, we usually put that the board meeting begins at 5:30 or immediately following the workshop or public hearing, whatever it is. So we're recommending that you approve, and that is the only change to policy BE local.
I move to approve.
We have a
Second.
motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Ms. Staita to approve the change to board policy BE local. Any discussion?
The only problem is, of course, arriving late sometimes, because some people have to work. And of course, myself, Dr. Jaime, some of you don't have to work, but, which is okay because it's public comments and other things. And we get into the gist of the agendas a little bit later. So, and sometimes I have meetings after school too. So FYI.
Thank you.
Coach, I stay open late too, Coach.
You work.
But
Well-
I try to get home to my babies a little quicker.
Okay.
With that being said, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
I have to go with the majority. Aye.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
I guess we're gonna have a lot of let the record reflect, right? So, but motion carries, and let's go to item J. Discussion and possible action to adopt a resolution for individual planning committees for grades 1 through 8 for the 2020-2021 academic year. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we know that this year has been academically, it's been challenging for students due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That has kept schools at one point closed, and then children, many of them out of the classrooms as families opted for online learning, beginning back in March 2020 to the current day. Students have had to adjust to new modes of instruction, particularly online instruction, because some have had to deal with their families being affected by the pandemic and, even family members getting really sick. And some death for some of our students because students did not receive the traditional mode of face-to-face instruction all year long. Many may be at risk of being retained, not being promoted. So we present you with a resolution for something called individual planning committees for grades 1st through 8th for this school year only. Our policy, like we mentioned earlier during the superintendent's report, does require that staff look at reading levels in addition to grades. This resolution would allow our teachers, our counselors, our principals, and parents to look at the totality, the whole child and where they are before making a decision to retain. So we're seeking your approval of the resolution for this year only for individual planning committees.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez?
Second.
And who was the second?
Me.
And Dr. Rodriguez.
No,
Oh,
Jack, I was just pointing.
okay, let me get this straight. The motion was by,
Mr. Gonzalez. made the second.
Mr. Gonzalez made the motion, and who second?
No, I think
Jackie?
Sustained
Yeah.
made the motion.
Okay, Jackie made
I
it.
don't even know.
Okay, the motion and motion by Mr. Staita and second by Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, now I stand corrected. For the adopting a resolution for the individual planning committees for grades 1 through 8 for the 2021 academic year. Any discussion? Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Costeño?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item K, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of invoice from Weaver and Tidwell LLP for work done on the forensic audit of the district. Dr. Gonzalez?
Board of Trustees, in February 2021, the board hired the CPA firm of Weaver and Tidwell LLP to conduct a forensic audit of the district's finances and operations. The firm commenced work on February 2021 and has been actively engaged. There is an attachment with a detailed invoice covering their services from February 10th, 2021 to March 30th, 2021 for you to look at. So we're recommending that you consider to approve the payment of invoice number 1066592 submitted by the CPA firm of Weaver and Tidwell LLP dated April 5th, 2021 in the amount of $64,225 for the forensic work done for the period of February 10th through March 31st, 2021.
I have a question. When will we be, does anybody know when we'll be getting the first report or any kind of information from them?
We do have them on,
Today? Today?
Oh,
Is that good?
oh, okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes, yes.
Okay,
They will be on.
I make a motion to approve.
we have a motion by
I second.
Mr. Los Santos and a second by Coach Trevino to approve the invoice from Weaver Tidwell LLP for the work done on the forensic audit of the district. Any discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Gonzalez, Rodriguez?
Aye.
Costeño?
Aye.
Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item L, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to change the district's fiscal year cycle from September 1 through August 31st to July 1st through June 30, beginning the process with a 10-month fiscal year from 2021, 2022, and ending the process with the changed fiscal year from July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, back in June 8, 2020, administration had discussed with the board during a regular board meeting about changing the district's fiscal year. On July 6, 2020, the board approved the change for the fiscal year. The rationale of the agenda item described the intended process well. However, the agenda item title used for the requested change for fiscal year cycle was not stated correctly. The Texas Education Agency advised the administration of the need to present a new agenda item for board approval. So this is the timeline for the change. It is the same timeline explained in the prior agenda item on July 6, 2020. Fiscal year 2021 would be a planning year. Fiscal year 2022 would be a 10-month fiscal year from September 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Fiscal year 2023 would be the first 12 months fiscal year with a July 1st start day, July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. There's some advantages and disadvantages that have been laid out for you, and also some fiscal year change requirements from the Texas Education Agency. And so we are seeking your approval for the district to change its fiscal year cycle from September 1st through August 31st to July 1st through June 30th, beginning the process with a 10-month fiscal year for 2021-2022, and ending the process with a changed fiscal year from July 1st to 2022 through June 30th, 2023.
A question I have that I'm not sure if it's answered on here anywhere. The teachers, well, they still get paid 12 months out of the year, right? So this isn't changing their monthly pay at all.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So just to kind of sum it up, this really is an advantage that a lot of districts are taking. A lot of districts are taking advantage of this schedule because it gives them access to their funds a lot earlier than it would in a traditional calendar year. Fiscal, right? That's one of the main advantages of this. Is it the planning, the preparation?
The year that you switch years, you save some money.
Right.
That year, so you can add it to fund balance for the year of the change.
Right, the year of the change.
And they do.
And
it
then
like-
and the following year, 22-23, is when you'd have access to. I mean, after that, you would have access to funds earlier than you would in a traditional year.
Like for the schools, for example.
Yes, for the
Instead of
schools.
waiting until September,
You
they're
have it.
available July 1.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's,
Know what they have. Yes.
and that's one
Right.
of the advantages noted, that they'd have access to
And they will
the
also
funds
help
sooner for the year.
with the insurance side of things.
Right.
Because we normally, and that's the hard part when we're trying to get the quotes for the wind and all of that, because it's hurricane season. And so this way, it really sets us up moving forward years down the road to have the effective date. So.
Yeah. And the reason I was asking, sir, is because people in public were curious, like teachers I know were asking about their calendar year and their pay. And I was just telling them, this just allows the district access to their funds sooner than in a traditional calendar.
And during that initial year, I think the surplus for that year, because it would be in a 10-month, would get paid for 12, would be about 4.5 million. And then Mr. Sanchez.
Right.
So that would be added to the
fund balance.
Yeah. Now one of the cons is when there's a legislative year, you don't have all the details from the legislation, and you're trying to like
Right. Yeah. I beat the budget. Yeah.
That's the part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Who made the motion? Mr. Dos Santos? And the second was by Mr. Staita.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Nieto. Okay. Second, the motion for the board to consider approval to change the district's fiscal year cycle from September 1 through August 31st to July 1st through June 30, beginning the process with a 10-month fiscal year for 2021-2022 and ending the process with the change in fiscal year from July the 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take it to a vote for your approval. Signify yes by saying aye. Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Jose Lino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12. Closed meeting to discuss A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, employment of personnel, certified professionals and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignations. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. A, discussion of renewal of probationary term and continuing contracts for teachers and support personnel for the 2020 and 2021 school year. B, discussion of renewal of contracts for district administrators, campus instructional facilitators, and assistant principals on one-year contracts. C, discussion of renewal of contracts of key personnel, administrators, and principals on two-year contracts. D, discussion regarding proposed non-renewal of employee on term contract. E, superintendent's recommendation for the position of Director of Safety and Security. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 551.072. C, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending and contemplated litigation. B, a settlement offer. Or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. The time now is 9:22, and we will go into closed session. And we are reconvened back to open meeting. Okay, we're gonna look at item A, possible action if necessary, an item discussed in closed session. Dr. Canales?
I recommend that you approve the employment of certified professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
I have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Nieto. Are we going to take them one item at a time?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Yes.
Okay, let's take it to a vote. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 2. Discussing and possible action on resignations. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, I recommend that you approve the resignations/retirements as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez. Do I have a second?
A second.
I second.
Second by by Coach Trevino. Take it to a vote. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 3, discussion and possible action on renewal of probationary term and continuing contracts for teachers and support personnel for the 2020-2021 school year. Do we need to change that number? Should it be 21, 22?
Yes.
Yes, so this item is for the school year of 2021, 2022.
Correct.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Dr. Rodriguez. Take it to a vote. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Number 4, discussing and possible action on renewal of contracts for district administrators, campus instructional facilitators, and assistant principals on one-year contracts. Dr. Canales?
I recommend that you approve the renewal of contracts for district administrators, campus instructional facilitators, and assistant principals on one-year contracts as discussed in closed session.
So move.
Okay, we have a double motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have one by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Los Santos.
Yeah.
Okay, take it to a vote. Jackie Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 5, discussion and possible action on the renewal of contracts of key personnel, administrators, principals on 2-year contracts. Dr. Canales?
I recommend that you approve the renewal of contracts of key personnel, administrators, and principals on 2-year contracts as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Los Santos. Take it to a vote. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 6, discussion and possible action regarding proposed non-renewal of employees on term contract. Dr. Canales?
That's a no action item.
No action. Number 7, discussion and possible action on superintendent recommendation for the Director of Safety and Security.
That's a no action.
No action. And B, there was discussion and possible action on acquisition of real property.
No action.
No action. Brings us to adjournment.
So move.
The time now is 11:45.